I woke up in a trailer. Where I was or how long I had been sleeping, I had no idea. Was I napping? Was I in a coma? Who knew? But I turned to my best friend as an American, the TV. I didn't seem to recognize my surroundings as I went searching for what I did not know. Until I found it, the frying pan. Somehow I instinctively knew that I would need a weapon and that the frying pan would come in handy. After I got caught up on my favorite TV show, I decided to head out into the world. I woke up merely an unemployed gym rat, but my new profession? Killing zombies. Or, can you really kill them if they're already dead? Murdering zombies? Re-deadening. Re-deadening the zombies. Somehow I was not surprised to see them there. All I knew is that I didn't want them there anymore, so I got rid of them. Violently with the frying pan and my feet. Somehow I knew that standing on the zombies would prevent them from doing anything. They would just lay there like a shark on its back. I took them on 2, even 3 at a time, shoving them, punching them, kicking them, smashing them with the frying pan. It wasn't long before I resorted to stealing from the dead. This guy had a great pair of military boots that I wanted, so I took them. Who was going to stop me? The dead guy that I just re-deadened? I returned to my good friend the TV and read a book while I was at it, because I knew I would need to learn, and learn fast. For knowledge is power, and power is my name, Max Power. This is my story. My looting of the zombies was starting to make me look like a looter, but it was all in the name of protecting myself. Apparently, my neighbors were jealous of my attempts to better myself, so I had to dispatch them, or re-deaden them. This guy was tougher than usual. After murdering dozens of my neighbors, I finally found what I was searching for. A watch. I could finally tell time. Ah, an unwelcome guest. Get out of here. My newfound watch told me that it was very late and I was very tired, so I took a risk and went to sleep. Would I wake up? This time I did, but next time, who knows? I decided to risk more TV and reading time. The knowledge would pay off later if I could survive. My skills were progressing nicely. But the undead are relentless and remorseless and all the R words, and I had to kill them to get rid of them. Another R word. Ooh, an extra pair of booties. Mass murder is hungry work. After hopping from trailer to trailer, I decided that the front office building would make a good place to make my stand. So I quickly dispatched the HOA and moved in. The double front door would make a good defense. And the TV would be my new best friend. I quickly closed all the curtains so zombies couldn't see me. I quickly secured the perimeter and hid the bodies of the dead. Just in time for my favorite TV show. Finally, some good luck. The radio already had the emergency broadcast system programmed. I knew I was going to need more supplies, so I headed back out to fight more undead and loot their stuff. I searched everywhere, even the burned down house, till I finally found what I desperately needed: cigarettes. I broke yet another frying pan on another undead's face, so I had to go and grab another. It was getting late, so I decided to head home to rest my weary head. But the undead had other plans. We engaged in mortal combat. I was hungry, tired, panicked, wet, and a nervous wreck. But somehow, I still overcame. I decided to check the storage lockers that I found to my south. and used a pickaxe I found along the way to try to open them. I killed a few undead along the way and found some supplies that would set me up for success later, including all the generators I could ever want. Over the next few days, I went back and forth to the storage lot many times and cleared it out the best I could. I never found what I was truly looking for, a sledgehammer. But I did find a park ranger hiding in a room. And he was nice enough to give me a digital watch to replace my old-fashioned watch. I now knew what day it was and the temperature. We were making... This went on for several days until... I settled in for a long day in the house. I did some cleaning. I did some cooking. And, of course, I did some reading. Then I disassembled all the furniture in my house and turned it all into spears. And it's a good thing I did, too, because somehow the chopper had brought the dead to me, even though the chopper could not see me. They had surrounded my base. I broke many spears clearing them out. But clear them out I did, relentlessly, without remorse. I re-deadened the dead. And took their loot. There were some close calls when my spears broke at bad times. But I was successful. I fought off the waves. And survived. There were so many of them that I ran out of spears and had to resort to my pickaxe. But pickaxe them I did. To death. Or re-death. Now that that craziness was behind me, I found a car that I liked and claimed it. By putting my stuff in the trunk. Unfortunately, the car I wanted didn't have the keys. So I learned to hotwire it by breaking down watches. Don't overthink it. From there, it was a simple matter of stealing some gas from a nearby fossil oil truck. And then hotwiring it. Maybe... hotwiring it? This time for sure. Okay, but this time, right? Yes, finally. I started it up and headed back to my base. I spent a day or two loading all of my worldly possessions into my van, and then I set up a fire trap to try to clear out some zombies, but it did not go as planned. There just wasn't enough zombies in the area for them to catch fire. Womp womp. Now that all my possessions were loaded up, I decided it was time to move, and I decided that the factory nearby would make a great place for a permanent base. Unfortunately, I did not realize there would be just so many undead around. It took me a long time to clear out. Maybe I should have cleared it from my base first before I moved. Hey there, buddy. Working hard or hardly working? Oh, neither. I've heard of banging your head against your wall at work, but this is ridiculous. They say that banging your head against the wall burns 150 calories per hour. I wonder how much calories it burns to bang someone else's head against the wall. I had just decided that the smaller storage area of the factory would work better for my purposes than the large factory when I saw it. A duffel bag. I had to have it. So I took it. Things were going my way, slowly but surely. It took me multiple days to clear out around the factory and my new base, and I had to risk sleeping in my car. Fortunately, it worked out, and I woke up. After finally clearing out the factory, I started making it my own. First, I put up some fences so that I wouldn't fall off the roof. And of course, I added some escape routes for emergency getaways, just in case. This was also a great way to level up my carpentry. I decided the upper level of the factory would make a fantastic area for my kitchen, living room, etc. And if I could ever find a sledgehammer, I could make it 100% safe. I had all the tools I'd ever need, except that darn sledgehammer. I had a pretty good view from my rooftop sanctuary. I felt relatively safe, so I started moving in and taking inventory of everything I had. And it was a lot. I couldn't make myself 100% safe without the sledgehammer, but I could do almost as well. I started barricading up all the doors and windows, and I started parking cars in front of them. I was no pro criminal. I cut my hand breaking into one of the cars. But I was able to break and enter into a few cars and hotwire them and move them into position. I took the sink from the lower level of the warehouse and moved it upstairs to my new living area. And then I plumbed it to a water catcher I had placed on the roof. We now have water. We are on our way to surviving long term. All this base setup made me hungry, so I thought I would hit up the local diner, but an alarm went off and sent me running. After things settled down, I looped back around and cleared out the looky-loos who had gathered nearby to see what was happening, and resumed my looting. Unfortunately, my trip didn't work out that well, as the food was already rotten. The only thing that I got for my troubles was a nice jump scare. And some delicious salami. I ate that right away. The trip wasn't a total waste, as I picked up a popsicle fridge from the nearby gas station. And I returned to the gas station and stole everything that wasn't nailed down. And even some things that were nailed down, like the fridge. My kitchen was shaping up nicely. Next up, my new house would need a bed and a TV, and I thought the local farmhouse might have what I was looking for. I was also hoping for a sledgehammer, but it was not to be. I carefully checked the area for zombies, had a quick snack, and then found what I was looking for, a smaller TV with a VCR so I could play skill tapes. I grabbed it and head for my van. I decided that even though I'm living in the apocalypse, I deserve nice things. So I took the large, fancy bed. I'm so fancy. I felt pretty good about the day's looting, so I head home to celebrate. Now that my base was starting to take shape, I figured it was about time to head into town. My first stop was the police station. I was hoping to get a bulletproof vest, but all I found were zombies. And cigarettes, which I took. And lots of ammo, which I didn't care for. My next stop was the local Blockbuster. Hit videos, or Hit Vids. But the locals really didn't want me there. I convinced them of the error of their ways. They decided they were going to steal my car. But I quickly disabused them of that notion. Until disaster, my crowbar broke, and I didn't have a backup weapon on me. I quickly switched over to my hammer and started hammering their faces. The hammer is not an ideal weapon, and I really didn't want to use it. I wanted to save it for commentary, but I had to do what I had to do, and we made it work. Finally, I made it to the hit vids, and I looted all the skill tapes that I could find. After I looted all the tapes I wanted, on a whim, I headed over to the chiropractor's office, and there I found it. How to use generators. I read it immediately. My salvation was here. I would have power. Yes. My survival wasn't assured, but we were taking a big step in the right direction with this find. I quickly secured my loot and made my getaway. I wasn't letting this loot go to waste. I spent a few days watching all my loot on the TV and reading some books, and then on day 26, I started organizing my storage and breaking down the warehouse and rebuilding my base from the ground up. I installed my bed and my TV, I built a bunch of new storage, and I even built an entire new room up on the roof. This would be my new bedroom. All I had to do was furnish it. Days of building and nights of watching TV passed, and I had done it. I had lasted 30 days. I was safe for now. But survival was not assured. It was day 31. I had survived a full month of the apocalypse. Things were going well, but I still had a lot of work to do. I continued sorting and dismantling the warehouse inventory because it all belonged to me now, and I could do with it what I wanted. And that's when I found it, the antique oven. This would serve me well later in the winter. It would be key to my survival. I installed it right away in the safety of my upper level. Then I started collecting scrap wood and loaded up the fireplace with scrap wood. Now that I would be warm this winter, I set about getting a renewable food supply. A rooftop farm would serve me well, so I started to get to work. It took a lot of digging and hard work, but it would pay off later with renewable food. I had all the seeds I would ever need from the warehouse, so I decided to plant a variety of vegetables and even some fruits. I was in luck. It started to rain as I was working, so I would not have to manually water my crops. With my farm up and running, I decided to head back to my old base to pick up some things that I had left behind, including, most importantly, the generator, which I would need to power the gas station. While I was there, I cooked myself up some steak. I would need the calories to carry the heavy generator. After I had picked up everything else I wanted, I grabbed my generator. My precious, precious generator. It was as good as gold in the apocalypse. And I immediately used it to power up the gas station. I now had access to virtually infinite fuel. My survival was one step closer to assured. My next objective was to head into town and help the local post office. I heard there was plenty of reading materials here to help me learn. The locals were not pleased to see me. But I found what I was looking for, all of the reading materials I would ever need. My skills would flourish with these books. I still didn't quite have the zombie slaying confidence that I would develop later, so I decided to avoid this fight and made a hasty retreat. While I was in town, I decided to raid the local pharmacy. From the looks of things, I wasn't the first one to have that idea. But I made quite the haul. I had all the medical supplies I would ever need. I was leaving quite the body count in my wake. I wanted to grab one more load of supplies before I left, but the dead had other ideas, and I was so tired that my combat abilities were starting to suffer. So I ran for it, and quickly drove back to base to secure my valuables. I fell into bed and crashed without even sorting my newfound gains. After I woke up from my nap, I started sorting through my materials, getting them into storage. And by that time, my garden needed tending, so I took care of it. I decided it was time to start trapping. Until disaster struck. I missed my rope and fell and broke my leg. This was quite the setback, but in the long run it may have been a good thing, because it forced me to stay home and work on my skills. I splinted myself up and started hobbling around placing traps. Foraging proved difficult with a broken leg, especially in the dark, but I made it work. I would need the supplies. And I was hoping for a comfrey to apply to my broken leg for it to heal faster. Fortunately, I had already cleared this area of zombies, so I didn't have to worry about being attacked in my weakened state. I also added an extra sheet rope to make sure this wouldn't happen again. And my now flourishing garden kept me busy as well. Since I was stuck inside anyway, I decided to grind tailoring skill. This would save my life multiple times later on, but I did not know this at the time. I was just waiting for my leg to heal. A couple weeks passed and I was starting to feel almost healed when it happened. I fell and broke my leg again. More time passed and I just couldn't take it anymore. I had to get out. I hobbled my way back into town and started clearing out the zombies. And that's when I saw it, a trailer. I would need this later. But it was an excellent find and I had to take advantage. The dead didn't want me to have my prize. But I convinced them to see the error of their ways. It took some, shall we say, clever driving, but I escaped with my prize. Over a month passed, and I woke up, and finally, at last, at long, long last, I was healed, and back to full. Finally, back at full strength, I headed out, because the bloodlust was overtaking me. I may have been a mild-mannered, unemployed gym rat in life, but living alone in the zombie apocalypse, I had become the zombie slayer, and I wanted to slay. So I did. I re-deadened every undead that I could find. And find them I did. Everywhere. They are billions! I killed them solo. I killed them by the 2s. I killed them by the 3s. I piled up their corpses. The only thing that could stop me was an alarm going off. I ran for it. Later in my adventures, this would have been a strategy, but for now, I had to get out of there. I still wasn't the confident zombie slayer I would become, so I made my escape to regroup. And regroup I did, and rearm, and then it was back out in the field. There were more undead to re-deaden, and I was the man for the job. I killed hundreds. and broke dozens of spears. Again and again. I was growing bolder, more used to combat. I took on fights I never would have dreamed of previously, and I won them. There were a couple of close calls due to broken spears, but I persevered. Eventually, I ran out of spears and had to switch to my nightstick. But that didn't deter me. Eventually, I quenched my thirst for blood and turned my attention to more important matters. I needed a sledgehammer to secure my safety. My base was 90% safe, but I wanted to make it 100% safe. So I searched the hardware store. I searched the construction site. And I scoured my warehouse. But there was nothing. I even searched through the factory next door, and still nothing. The dead did not appreciate me poking around. But I won that argument. Eventually, I gave up and headed to the Gigamart for some supplies. There might be a sledge here too, but there wasn't. Spoiler alert. Most of the supplies that I would have wanted were already rotten, but I picked up a few things. And killed a few undead. And had another close call because of the sphere breaking. But I was able to fight through them. Apparently, my efforts had not gone unnoticed, and I almost met my demise when I ran into a tiny tree. But fortunately, my car held up, and I was able to make my escape. Very slowly. I did not notice it at the time, but I drove right past the prize I was seeking. There was a sledgehammer on the ground there at the intersection. Oh well, if only future Max could go back and talk to past Max. Somehow I must have known, though, because I took my frustrations out on the dead and almost got bit for my troubles. Hey, little guy, what you doing on the ground there? Here, have some stick. I woke up early on morning number 80, unsure of what was going on. It felt like more like a week had passed as opposed to just one night. So I took some time to reorientate myself and remember what I was doing and what my progress was. At this point, I was getting tired of driving back and forth between town and my base, so I decided to set up an outpost in the outskirts of town for overnight trips. I originally thought to build my outpost at this house here because it was close to town and had a fence. But then I changed my mind and decided to go to the two-story house a little farther away that I could make more secure. As always, the dead had other plans. I had to fight my way through them. They were relentless. But so was I. Eventually, I fought my way to the house and started securing it. I began by closing all the curtains so no undead could see me. Then I set up escape ropes so I wouldn't be trapped. I began disassembling all the furniture. I would need the wood and nails. And I used them to barricade the windows. I also barricaded the door. This would be an inconvenience for me, but it would help keep the dead out. Since I didn't have the sledgehammer to make it completely safe, I decided to double barricade both sides, inside and outside. That being done, I was able to sleep in my new base in relative safety. After acquainting myself with some of the new neighbors, I decided to head back to my main base. I needed to do some reading. I had skilled up. I was now becoming a master carpenter. After finishing reading Master Carpentry, I went back to my outpost and started building. I needed a platform for a rain collector for my sink. Of course, no base would be complete without power from generators, so I headed back to the storage lockers near my original base. And picked a couple up. One for the base, and one for the downtown gas station. I decided I needed another vehicle, so I went searching around the parking lot. And like an idiot, I punched the window with my fist and cut myself. Fortunately, I had plenty of medical supplies from my pharmacy raid earlier. I found a cab in relatively good condition and decided to make this my second vehicle. This time, I remembered not to punch the window when I broke in. It took a couple tries, but eventually I was able to hotwire the engine. It even had a full tank of gas. Things were looking up. New vehicle secure, I decided it was time to try out some guns. It did not go well. I did not know what I was doing. Fortunately, I still had plenty of spears from leveling up carpentry. I didn't give up, though. Unfortunately, all my popping off did was attract unwanted attention. Later, I would find this to be an effective strategy, but for now, I had fighting to do. Other than my dismal shooting, my skills were progressing nicely, and I alternated between leveling up and reading. I was now a master forager. It was day 95 and it was starting to get a little chilly, so I decided that I needed to get some firewood. I took my new cab with me and went out in search of a nice area to do some lumberjacking. I decided the area outside the storage sheds would be the safest place. So I started cutting down trees. I'm a lumberjack and I'm okay. I loaded up the cab, including the trunk and all the seats, and headed back with my firewood. It was hard and tedious work getting all that firewood into my oven, and I'm not really sure how it all fit. I wasn't sure how much firewood I would need, but I had about 400 hours now. Now that I didn't think I would freeze to death, I decided it was time to start learning to metalwork. So I started dismantling things at the factory. 1 level down. And only 8 to go. I disassembled everything in my path and quickly skilled up. It was time to read again. But oh no, I didn't have the metalworking book I needed. I looked everywhere. No intermediate metalworking. I thought I might have remembered seeing it in the storage lockers at the storage place, but I was mistaken. So I had to make a trip back to the post office. I was sure I would find it there. I gassed up the cab and headed out. The dead thought they could reclaim the post office, but I proved them wrong once again. I found what I was looking for almost immediately. I took a little extra time and searched through and found anything else I thought I might need as well. Not wanting to waste a trip to town, I killed a few more zombies. One even tried to run away from me. And did some more looting. And I found a rifle. This would serve me well later. Later, but not now. Now I was still terrible with guns. Hey, I killed one! My poor shooting skills did more harm than good and attracted unwanted attention, so I made a hasty retreat. The next few days I passed doing maintenance around the base, and foraging and trapping. And of course, tending to my garden. I even did a load of laundry. My first batch of crops was finally ready to harvest. I would eat well. I built an entirely new bedroom and plumbed it with a sink and everything. As I got ready for bed on the 100th night, I was feeling pretty good. My skills were coming along nicely. I had access to clean water and renewable food, and I was relatively safe. I had survived for 100 days and killed over 700 zombies. But winter was coming, and the dead, well, the dead are always hungry. I woke up on the morning of day 101 and decided to continue leveling up my metalwork skill. So I grabbed some breakfast and my trusty propane torch and welder's mask and headed over to the factory and ate an entire box of cereal on the way, straight from the box. It was delicious. Once at the factory, I started dismantling everything I could find. Vending machines, refrigerators, microwaves, even countertops. All these countertops. These barrels lying around were fantastic for leveling up to. I had dismantled everything I could find and leveled up. It was time to read again. I wanted to start reading right away, but it was late at night and I was very tired. So I had a cigarette and went to bed. I awoke the next day to a thick fog and decided this would be a great day to get my reading done. So I did. I sat on my roof and read the entire Advanced Metalwork book. I decided to test out my new skills by building a little bit of storage. And I sorted through my materials a little bit. It was hungry work, so I made myself some frog meat salad. I had got the frog from foraging. I was looking forward to this meal. Yuck, this is bad. And then it was back to the factory. Get back to the mines. The lockers would be fantastic for dismantling. After that, the toilets were next. These are great source of pipes. Not even the urinals were safe. Neither were the showers. In the name of equality, I started doing the same thing to the women's locker room. And got a level up. One more and it would be time to read again. It took a few days to dismantle all the metal in the factory. And the subsequent offices. God, I was getting so bored. So I tried sprinkling some tailoring to lighten things up, but it didn't work. I was still incredibly bored. How about some more tailoring? No, still didn't work. What about electrical level ups? Hey, we got a skill up. We can now read another book. This went on until I couldn't take it anymore. I needed to take care of myself for a little while. So the next few days were spent recovering and working around my base. I got a nice farming skill up along the way as well. And I read my master farming book. And just my luck, it started to rain. I had just wasted all that time watering my crops, and now it was raining. After reading, I decided to do a little bit of exercise. And I alternated this with reading when I needed a break. I had several books to read, so I decided to keep alternating between exercising and reading when I needed a break. All that exercise caught up with me, and I woke up sore. So I decided to take the time to read my book. I had severe exercise fatigue. On the plus side, I was now a master farmer. To celebrate, I decided to cook myself some bread. I love bread! The keto life was not for me. I really wanted this bread. I ate the entire loaf at once. And it was delicious. And then it was time to get back to reading my advanced electricity book. Kept alternating back and forth between reading and exercise until I finished my electricity book, which I then promptly burned. Uh-oh, generator's getting low on fuel. Better take care of that. While it's turned off, we might as well do a little maintenance on it to make sure it doesn't explode. After I finished reading all my books, I figured I wanted to take a look at the school in town. I wanted to try to find maybe some skill tapes or some other books that maybe I had missed, or magazines. So I loaded up my cab and got going. I hadn't really been to this part of town yet, so I was a little bit nervous about how many zombies I might find. Oh, how nice, a greeting party. Thanks for the welcome, but it's really not necessary. No, seriously. You did not have to go through all the trouble, guys. I approached the school with caution. Honestly, kind of terrified about what I would find. Hopefully I wouldn't have to kill any children. I mean, zombie children. You know, re-deaden them. You know what I mean. I'm not a psychopath. To my surprise, it was relatively clear inside. But not completely clear. This is what I was looking for, the bookcases. I looked around for any magazines that I hadn't read yet, or any skill tapes or anything that might be interesting. My skills were progressing very quickly, and I wanted to take advantage of skill tapes before I wouldn't need them anymore. Unfortunately, it didn't seem that the school had any. I stopped by the cafeteria and the kitchen in hopes of finding some food. But the only thing that wasn't rotten was the pickles, which I took. I continued my search through the locker rooms, the gymnasium, and the nurse's office, where I found some welcome medical supplies. I picked up a few supplies from the kids' lockers and desks, but nothing of consequence. With the first level cleared out, I decided to head upstairs. And found mostly more of the same. It was a relatively uneventful and unsuccessful trip. It was much less infested than I expected, and there was much less loot that I needed than I expected. Not wanting to waste the trip, I searched around the parking lot a little bit and found a car with the keys in the ignition and a quarter tank of gas. It was in relatively good shape, too. So I started it up and decided to use it for a little bit of Carmageddon. I ran over the zombies frontways and in reverse to save the durability of the car a little bit. I was really too tired to fight right now, but this was a great way to clear out some zombies. As a secondary driver, I really couldn't get the car going fast enough to kill them outright, so I had to run over them a few times. After wiping out a pretty good-sized group, I checked them for any loot, but I didn't really find anything. I felt like I was too tired to make it all the way back to my main base, so I decided to rest the night in my temporary outpost. I spent all that effort to make my outpost safe from zombies, so I might as well use it. Well, I mean, relatively safe anyway. I had spent a few days away from base, so it was time once again for some routine base maintenance, including farming. I had quite a bit of crops to harvest. I would eat well today. I also did some foraging and trapping. It paid off with some delicious eggs. My traps were not proving that effective, so I decided to build a few more. And it's always in the last place you look. My last trap had a rabbit in it. A delicious, delicious rabbit. I decided to fix up my gear a little bit when it happened. Max tailoring. My first maxed out skill. I quickly used my newfound skill to add the best possible strips of leather to my gear. I was at max possible protection now, and this would serve me well later. I wanted to test out my new protection, so I went looking for a fight. And find a fight I did. It was a dramatic showdown in the rain. I decided, instead of going house to house, I would try to get them to come to me. So I yelled for them. I thought this little building might have a sledgehammer, but it did not. I had made a potentially grave miscalculation. I had exercise fatigue from my exercise before. This could very potentially be fatal. My yelling seemed to prove ineffective, so I decided to drive around honking my horn to try to get attention. It sort of worked. I broke a couple of spears on their faces, so I had to switch to my nightstick. But that didn't stop me. I kept whapping them in the face. And stomping them. Someone had to re-deaden these zombies. Might as well be me. The nightstick was proving much less effective than the spears. Fortunately, I brought extra spears with me in my trunk. And the re-deadening continued. Whoop, whoop, that's the sound of the police. Oh no, my spear turned on me. It almost got me killed. After driving around honking for a while, I finally found the fight I was looking for. Oh no, they're coming in from all sides. On a quick out-of-character note, my puppy Joey decided that now was a good time that he wanted to jump on me. So he was pulling on my arm while I was trying to fight this horde. So if you see me acting irrationally like that, that's why. And I'm not really sure how I survived this fight. With Joey working against me. I don't know why he was teaming up with the zombies. But somehow we survived. We cleared out quite a path here. I cleared out the trailer park of all the zombies. I felt this was my duty, as this was my place of origin. My hometown, if you will. It was day 117, and I had killed about 1,000 zombies, and I woke up to my first snowfall. It was time for another trip back to town. I decided to double-check the police station for anything of value. Now that I had figured out somewhat how to shoot guns. But there really wasn't a whole lot useful there. Heading further into town, I found quite the welcoming party waiting for me. This would be a tough fight. There were very many of them. But I got a +1 long blunt skill. Wait a minute. Isn't that usually supposed to be a fat blunt? I fought my way through the horde. One zombie at a time. And that's when I saw it. The sledgehammer I needed. I just had to get through these zombies. But at long last, the sledgehammer was mine. My safety would be assured now. I quickly stored it in the seat of my car. And I got back to business. The business of killing zombies. And business, well, business is good. I was conflicted. Part of me wanted to keep slaughtering the undead, but another part of me wanted me to take my sledgehammer back to base and make use of it to make myself completely safe. In the end, Slaughter won, and I proceeded to wipe out another big area of the undead until I got tired. And I almost got myself killed. Fortunately, my armor protected me. Thank you, Max Tailoring. My shoes were destroyed, but fortunately I had extras back at the base. Don't ask me how that zombie got my shoe when she bit at my neck. I decided not to take any more risks, and my first stop was at my outpost where I destroyed the stairs so that I could sleep 100% safe at night when I needed to. Next up, I headed back to my main base. Step 1 was to destroy some of the railing so that I could replace it with a wooden fence and put an escape rope on it. Then I destroyed the stairs that led to my second level. I was now completely 100% safe from zombies, and it felt great. I added some additional flooring to my second level base, just to have a little more room for storage. I thought about building out the entire second floor of the factory, but I decided that would be a good project for another day, and I just didn't need it right now. Once again, I turned my thoughts to the coming winter. I wasn't sure if my rain collectors would collect snow or not, so I decided I wanted more of them just to make sure I would have enough water for the winter. So I built a bunch of them. And one for my crops as well. I was driving around looking for a new car that I wanted. I wanted a sports car when I came upon the abandoned fire truck here, and I decided to go ahead and turn the siren on and maybe attract some zombies. And attract a few zombies it did. Not as many as I was thinking it would, but a few. So I went ahead and took care of them. With that fun out of the way, I continued my search for a brand new car. This one's a piece of junk. Oh, this is nice. I had found my new vehicle. So I broke in and then took the window off the other car to replace the one I had broken. There you go. Good as new. It took me a while to figure out how I was going to tow the car back to my base. But eventually I figured out that I needed the sports car to tow my cab. And we were off. I had yet another car to add to my collection. After I got my cab back to the base, I decided it was time to take the new sports car for a spin. So I gassed it up and we were off. And wouldn't you know it, some more good luck. A trailer. I had to have it. Well, I mean, I already had one, but I wanted it. It took some, shall we say, creative driving to get this thing in position where I could tow it. But eventually, I got it. And we were off with another trailer to fill up. With all that excitement, it was time for another few days of maintenance, and I maxed out my farming. Very happy to see that. And I started building a new addition to the rooftop base. I wanted another room. I was thinking I would move my kitchen up here at some point. I built until I ran out of wood. Then I went and got some more and kept going. I hit max carpentry while I was putting the walls in. This was a huge accomplishment. I was super excited. After I built up the base, the walls, and the roof of my new house, I decided to go into town and slaughtered some more zombies. I didn't really feel like I had a reason to go into town. I just really wanted to kill some zombies. So I went and did that, and then came back and got to work building once again. And I needed to read my metalworking book to continue my kitchen. After spending a few more days working around the base, tending my farm, getting some firewood and gas for the base, I decided it was time to head back into town once again. I tried luring them to me with shouting, but I had cleared out most of this area already. I killed them until my spear broke. And then I switched over to my pickaxe. Honestly, I think the pickaxe might be one of, if not my favorite weapons in the game. I found a cop car in really good condition, and I wanted it. So I broke in. And then I didn't realize I couldn't get into the front seat. So I got out and got back in. By smashing yet another window. It had a gun in the glove compartment. I would make use of that. But first, I had to hotwire it. Success on the first try. And it even had 3/4 of a tank of gas in it. Very nice. Now let's go have some fun. I grabbed the gun and the ammo. And then I turned the lights and the siren on. This attracted all kinds of attention, and my gunfire attracted even more. But I wasn't very good with guns, so I kept missing. So I switched back to my trusty pickaxe. And once I cleared out the group that was chasing me, I decided to try my luck with the guns again. But that didn't work out, so I switched back to the pickaxe once again. It took me a minute to figure out how to reload this pistol, but eventually I did. You have to load the magazine first and then put the magazine back in. That being done, I decided to try it again on this nice little horde that was gathered around the police cruiser. I still didn't know what I was doing, So I was still doing more harm than good by firing this thing off. And now I had their attention. I had not taken out a single one with the pistol. So I switched back to my trusty crowbar. I was trying to save the durability on my pickaxe. But maybe I should have used it for this fight. It was a tough one. I decided to try the gun yet again. But once again, I barely did anything with it because I didn't know what I was doing. And I just ended up with a bunch of zombies chasing me. Fortunately, the crowbar never lets me down. Do you know what the definition of insanity is? Doing the same thing over and over and expecting different results. Fortunately, I knew what to expect for the results of my crowbar. Okay, but this time for sure, right? Right? Oh, I winged him. I got one. Got two. Winged a third. I'm starting to get a little bit of damage in. I still haven't quite figured it out, but I'm getting a little bit lucky now. Doing a little bit of damage. And there's my first reload skill. Oops, I forgot to put the magazine back in. Winged him again. Come on, I can do it. I can do it. I believe in myself. Come on. Take him down. Time for trusty crowbar to take over once again. Just a few more to clean out. Would my gun work this time? All signs point to no. But my crowbar still works. I decided I liked this strategy of having the police car drawing all the zombies to me, so I thought I would keep doing it. These guys are stuck behind the fence. If only I had a spear, I could poke them. Oh, past Max. This is future Max. If only I could tell you what to do. You are so close to figuring it out, but you just haven't got it yet. Stand still and aim, dummy! Can't you figure it out? Figure it out already! Stand still! There you go! You got it now? Nope. Nope, you don't got it now. Well, you better figure it out quick, because look what you've done. Look at what you've done! Oh man, so many zombies around that police car. What are we going to do? I crept around, leveling up my sneaking, and light-footed, and nimble, and was hoping to peel off a few at a time, and was relatively successful. I decided to try to hotwire the truck nearby to maybe make my escape, or at least maybe do some Carmageddon. But it just would not work. The battery was completely dead. Yep, that thing is going nowhere. And I am not getting near that cop car. I decided to sneak around while the zombies were distracted and maybe pick up some loot, but there really wasn't anything good around. There was no way I was getting back to that police car tonight, so I decided to just let it run all night and we'll see what happens later. But I had to head back to base and get some sleep. It was getting very dark and I was getting tired. Rested, rearmed, and reloaded, I headed back towards the police car to see what I could do. I grabbed an already beat-up car and decided to engage in some Carmageddon. I figured this would be the quickest and easiest way to get them away from my police car. That's my police car. There wasn't quite as many of them as it had appeared last night. Looked like they were dissipating because the siren had stopped. But I wanted to dissipate them even more with the hood of my car. I had to be careful not to hit the police car while running over the zombies, so that made it a little bit harder. I was also concerned about the car dying and leaving me stranded in the middle of the horde, so I decided to back over them a little bit and save the front of the car for a little bit. The car was dying quickly, but I really wanted to clean them out even more. I figured as long as I could keep them from surrounding the car, I could still make an escape if the worst happened and the car died on me. I had thinned the horde out a little bit, so I decided not to risk it, and I got out and used the trusty crowbar to finish the job. I had eaten my Wheaties this morning because I was one-shotting these zombies left and right. Oh no, the creepy crawlers! I decided I wanted to pile the zombies up, so I did. I was surprised to see the police car still working, even the light bar. I decided to take another shot at shooting fish in the barrel. Ha, get it, shot. But I still couldn't quite figure it out. I missed most of my shots, even though they could not get to me. I decided to make use of the police car once again to attract the zombies to me so I wouldn't have to go searching for them and risk an ambush. They're coming out of the woodwork! Well, I wanted a fight, and a fight I got. I got everything I wanted and then some. Oh boy, they just keep coming. I might have bitten off more than I can chew here. Here they come again. And I had cleared out this group. It was a hard fight, but I made it alive for now. Oh no, what have I done? I decided I wanted to do some more Carmageddon, but would the car take it? I wasn't so sure, but I didn't really think I had another choice. Look at them all! Look at them all, Anakin! Oh boy. Oh boy, this is not going well. Get a head start and really plow into them. Or maybe plow into only half of them. Oh boy. This is not good. The car is not pushing through. We might be in trouble here. Let's try backing over him. Beep, 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 beep. Come on, car, you can do it. You can do it, car. Do I risk one more time? Alright, we'll risk one more time. Oh, man. Oh, man. It's not going well. Come on, car, you can do it. Almost through. And we're through. And we'll back over him one more time. Oh, the car is flashing at me. It's just about done. Alright, we better not risk this anymore. Let's see what we can do with our trusty crowbar. Here they come. Wow. Okay, we have done it. We have killed that horde. That was hard work. More creepy crawlies. And they're gone. Dare we risk this strategy yet again? Yes, I think I dare. Maybe we've cleared out most of them this time? Maybe? Never mind. There they are. Let's get out of here. We gotta regroup. They're coming from all sides. Alright, let's see what we're working with. How many of them are left here? Sneaking. Bam. Bam. As long as they're coming in one or two at a time like this, I am okay. I can deal with this. It is when they get those big groups that like that it's really dangerous, because I can get tired, and then they can get to me. Whoop! Oh boy, that was close. Am I okay? Oh, I'm okay. I'm okay. Everything's okay. Everything's okay. Don't panic. Don't panic. Don't panic. Don't panic. Don't panic. Bam. It's like they never end. There's just so many. They keep coming. They are billions. What the heck are those guys doing? They were like stuck on the fence or something. Okay, maybe I should stop with the police car already. It's drawing them from everywhere. I thought that's what I wanted, but maybe I don't. Oh, not sure how we didn't get bit there. Whew, are we okay? We're okay. That was a close one. Hey, this lady has a spear in her gut. Let's take it. Now we can poke people through the fence. This feels like cheating, but, I mean, they're zombies, and I don't want to become a zombie. So, we gotta do what we gotta do. Just watch out behind you! They're sneaking up! Here's some more we can poke through the fence. Yes. Yes. Love it. What about you? Can we reach you? Yes. Love it. Aha, a fair fight. Maybe not so fair. Thank you for walking up to me so I could stab you through the fence. Don't mind me, I'm just sneaking up on you. Whoops. Uh-oh, we seem to have attracted attention. I took care of that group. No problem. And you too? And your little friend too. Oh, you want a piece? There you go. Yeah, I got something for you too. Bam! Seriously, where are you guys coming from? Oh, hi there. This is a pretty big group. Yeah, let's panic. Oh, don't panic. Don't panic. Whoops. Missed. We'll run into the tree. That's a bad idea. Oh man, there's just so many of them. We can do this. We can do it. And we've done it. Woo. So many of them that we're exhausted, but we have done it. I think it's about time to head back to base for a well-deserved break. Hi, Brain. What are we gonna do today? The same thing we do every day, Pinky. Use our police car as bait and slaughter the zombies. I think today we'll try out the shotgun. Let's see if this works any better. Nope. 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 Oh, there we go. Got one. Nope. Nope. Click, click. Oh, no. Alright, pickaxe. Time to save the day. Well, thank you. Good old pickaxe. You never let me down. No matter how many zombies come, pickaxe always takes care of me. I've been on my own too long. I'm starting to talk to my weapons. Hey, we killed one. Alright. Can we get another one? Hey, we got another one. Alright. And we hit level 1 aiming. Maybe we'll actually be able to hit things now. Hey, we hit another one. We're on a roll here. It's a kill streak. Oh, now we're on a missing streak again. Keep firing! Keep firing! Keep firing! We're bound to hit something eventually. Man, I couldn't hit the broadside of a barn. Good thing I've got my crowbar. Crowbar and pickaxe. The best combination. How is that guy still alive? I mean, undead. Re-dead. Now, well, now he's re-dead. If I ever figure out how to aim, it's over for you fools. Uh-oh, I think we've attracted more unwanted attention. Or, well, I kind of wanted the attention, but maybe not this much? Alright, shotgun. Don't let me down this time. Yeah, as if it's the shotgun's fault. Hey, we hit something! Stand still, you fool! You fool! Wow, that guy's head was hard. It took 3 pickaxe shots to kill him. Oh boy. There's quite a few coming in here. I'm gonna, strategic retreat here for a second. Now would be a great time to figure out how to use the shotgun properly. But at least I know how to use the pickaxe properly. On and on, I fought the zombies, switching between my gun, my pickaxe, my crowbar, any weapon I could find. I slaughtered them, hundreds of them, but it was never enough. There was always more. Until I just couldn't fight anymore. I was too tired. We had to call it a day. Miraculously, I was able to fight through the horde and make it back to base, and a couple days later, we had our first serious snowfall, and I was headed back into town. But that's when I realized I was terrible at driving in the snow. I figured this would probably be my last trip into town for the winter, or at least when it was snowy out, because I just was doing a terrible job of driving in the snow. I could not see the road, it was slippery, and it just was not going well for our hero. But Christmas was coming in a few days, and I really wanted to get myself a nice present to celebrate. I had been alone for almost 200 days now, and I was getting lonely. I figured I deserved a reward. So where else would I head but the bar? This area should be relatively clear of zombies, because I had fought here often, but I decided to be cautious nonetheless. Once I was sure I was alone, I went for my prize, all the beer and alcohol I could drink, or all that I could carry. I could drink a lot, but I wanted to grab it all. Beer, wine, hard liquor, bourbon, I took it all. I was treating myself. Don't look at me like that. I had been alone all this time. I deserved a little something. There was also a baseball bat that I could make use of, so I took everything. My Christmas present to myself secured. All I had to do now was survive until Christmas, which was not guaranteed. But survive I did, and when I woke up Christmas morning, I half expected to see a present from Santa. Maybe the apocalypse would be over? Maybe? Well, no, that didn't happen. Oh well, Merry Christmas to me, bottoms up. I started drinking. And drinking. And drinking. I was starting to get tipsy, but I kept going. I was really getting plastered now. Good thing I didn't have anywhere to drive. And it's not like I was going to get pulled over for drunk driving anyway, even if I was. So I kept drinking. I was drinking so much that I was putting myself to sleep. So I decided to take a little nap. I woke up sober and I couldn't have that. This was my holiday and I was going to celebrate. So I started drinking again. I drank myself to sleep a second time, and when I woke up, Christmas was over. So I decided to get back to business. Unfortunately for me, back to business in this case meant exercising to get rid of the beer gut I had given myself. After a few days of exercising, trapping, foraging, and farming, it was time to get back out into the world again. So I gassed up the sports car and headed to the country club nearby. But the undead had other ideas, as always. But as always, I didn't let them stop me. There was another sledgehammer in the road. If only I had driven this way at the beginning, I could have saved myself a lot of hassle. I grabbed it. I wanted to have a backup just in case. I was a little bit surprised and unprepared for just how many undead were in my way. I mean, who would have thought that there'd be so many people at the country club at the time of the apocalypse? I was relieved to see that the parking lot was relatively empty. I thought this was a good sign, but it proved not to matter. Once I got a little closer to the entrance, I saw them. They were everywhere. I could not believe how many there were. But there was nothing left to do but to stomp them. So I did. My car seemed to be attracting too much attention, so I decided to turn it off and go for a more sneaky route. I thought about hopping the fence into the back area, but it seemed too risky. Then again, what waited for me out front looked pretty risky too. But I fought my way through them. There were so many, though. Every time I fought my way through a group, I saw another group next. But I had another problem. I was getting hungry, and I didn't appear to have any food left with me. This was a terrible oversight on my part. I started searching the cars around in the parking lot. But to no avail. There was no food to be had. Surely the Spiffo truck must have some food, right? Well, it had one can of pop in the trunk, which I drank quickly. It was better than nothing, but it wasn't going to help me for long. I kept breaking into cars and searching. But there was nothing. Not a single piece of food in any of these cars. I thought about trying to fight my way inside to find a vending machine or something, maybe, but it just looked too risky with my health in jeopardy because of the low food. Now I was getting tired, too. I had no choice but to go back home and rest and reload and get ready to come back, better equipped to handle the situation. And that's exactly what I did. I rested and reloaded and re-equipped myself and headed back. Things looked just as bad as when I left, but there was nothing for it. I had to start clearing them out if I wanted to get into that country club. At least it seemed like their death balls had dissipated a little bit, and maybe we could fight them a few at a time instead of all at once. On the negative side, now I didn't know where they all were, so they were coming at me from all sides, and it was, quite frankly, a little terrifying. I found the main group. It was too close to the door for me to do anything, so I tried to peel off them. But they did not want to be peeled. They wanted to stick together. I started making a pile of corpses in front of the building. The zombies were kind enough to trickle towards me so I could pile them up. This was gonna start to smell pretty soon. Fortunately, I didn't need to stick around that long. I was starting to question if this was even worth it, when I finally got the attention of a few from the large horde. So I took care of them. Unfortunately, I missed the pile, but that's okay. We started a new pile. Finally, I fought my way into the building. I had just now made it into the building after all that fighting. You've got to be kidding me. And no rest for the wicked. The inside was full of zombies too. I decided to bring my car up closer to the door. And I decided to honk the horn along the way to try to draw the zombies out of the building, because I do not like fighting inside. And guess what? It worked. Maybe a little too well. Maybe. Just a little too well. Here they come. From all over the place, they streamed. And some even came up from behind me and almost got me. That was a close one. I couldn't believe how many were coming at me from the area that I thought I had cleared. And now I was in trouble. There were a lot of them, and they were between me and my car, so there was no quick escape for me. I would have to fight my way through. That was a close one. This fight was filled with close ones. But eventually, I started to whittle them down to a more manageable number. I was starting to get exhausted from all the swinging, but the numbers were thinning. If I could just hold on, I could do it. And I had done it. I had defeated them all, at least as far as I could tell. The fog had rolled in, and I could no longer see what was in front of my face. I took a little break and then fought my way back through the fog. I literally fought zombies all day, killing dozens of them, and it was wearing on me, on my mind and body. I couldn't take much more of this. But the undead are relentless. They just kept coming and coming. And I kept slaughtering them. But it was wearing on me. I got slower and slower with each zombie. My swings losing their power. I had to do something, or this would be my end. So I parked my car as close as I could to another car so no zombies could get to me, and I slept. I needed it badly. I wasn't safe, but I needed the rest. I had to risk it. And the risk paid off. I woke up. Well rested and with a clearer mind, I decided to give up on the idea of getting into the country club and decided to just take a driving tour. So I drove around and took in the sights. After exploring for a little bit and killing a few more zombies, I decided I had had enough of the country club and that it was time to head home. It was New Year's Eve and I had arrived back home just in time to celebrate the new year. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Happy New Year! I spent New Year's Day the same way I spent Christmas Day, drinking myself to sleep. And then waking up and getting drunk again. After my 24-hour celebration of New Year's, it was time to get back into shape once again. Fortunately, I didn't have any more holidays coming up. My gut couldn't take it. It was getting huge. After I got myself back in shape, it was time to go back to exploring the world. I found a rundown little neighborhood with some for sale signs and a rundown construction site. I had to kill a few zombies along the way, but there wasn't as many as I was expecting. A little farther down the road, I found an abandoned factory, and I just had to explore it. Other than a couple of zombies, it was pretty much empty. Nothing much going on, no loot or anything. I had finally figured out how to use my gun, so I figured I might as well use it. I took out a few zombies pretty easily with it. Unfortunately, it did attract more. But I was able to shoot those as well. And then I busted out my pickaxe for the ones that got too close. Ah, they're coming out of the woodwork again. The fact that I had figured out how to use my guns was making me bolder, so I set another police car trap. And then I shot anyone that came near. I felt like I was about ready to head out into the world and explore different towns, so I wanted to figure out what the best way I could carry as much gear as I could onto the next town. So I started experimenting with different ways of towing things, to see if I could maybe tow 2 vans or what I could do. It didn't go well. The vans couldn't be attached to each other. And none of my vehicles were really strong enough to tow the others, so I just had to settle for my best van and the trailer. I decided to vent my frustration on the zombies and took my pistol and started blasting. Anyways, I started blasting. I went out into an area I hadn't been before, and I was shouting and honking my horn and everything to try to get them to come to me. Eventually they did, in bigger numbers than I was expecting. So I had to retreat. It was only a temporary retreat, though. I came back, blasted. Eventually, I had killed enough zombies that I was feeling better about my disappointment earlier. So it was time to start looking towards the future once again. I decided I liked using firearms to kill the undead, so I started heading towards the gun shop down south. There were a lot more undead on the road than I was anticipating, but I was able to clear them out with my gun and my trusty pickaxe. Until it happened. Disaster struck. I was sure I was bitten. I was sure I was infected. I was sure I was going to die. But I carried on, just in case. Once I was finally able to check on my hand, I saw that I was lacerated, not bitten. There might be still a chance, so I carried on. Eventually, I fought my way into the Army Depot store and had a look around and got some nice loot. They had plenty of bags, including military backpacks, the best backpacks available. So I took a couple of them. The military clothing was cool, but it wouldn't help me, so I didn't take it. What I really wanted was behind this locked security door, but I was just too tired to try to break in right now. I had to risk sleeping. I was just too tired, so I pulled my car up as close as I could to the wall of the gun store and risked it. Would I wake up? This time, yes. After clearing some undead out of the immediate area, I headed back into the Army Depot gun store and broke down the door. There I found the mother lode. All the ammo I could ask for. But where were the guns? I couldn't find any, so it was time for another shooting spree. I was very over-encumbered. This fight was not going to go well for me. And my gunshots had attracted a lot of attention. But all I could do was keep blasting. And poking. And stomping. This was a very tough fight. Given how few zombies there were, it should have been much easier. But I was lucky to make it out alive. Executed. I just had too much gear and was too tired. I had to get out of here. Fortunately, on the way home, my wound healed and I was not infected. As I prepared for bed on night 200, I took a walk through my base and marveled at the life I had built for myself from the ashes of the apocalypse. I was safe, warm, I had entertainment, I had reliable, renewable food and water, I had an entire fleet of vehicles to choose from, and my skills were progressing nicely. But I thought deep down, this is not the way to live. I needed to venture out and try to find other survivors. On day 201, I had finally figured out how to shoot guns. So I used them to kill a few zombies. And then I figured out that a shotgun was even better. And it pulled all the zombies in an area to me. I had discovered my new strategy. I still wasn't quite proficient yet, but I would get there. I was starting to get proficient with a rifle as well. I enjoyed picking the zombies off from a safe distance. It was starting to get late, and I was starting to get tired, so I had a decision to make. I was a long way from home. I could try to drive all the way there and then drive all the way back in the morning, or I could find a safe place to sleep the night. I decided it was worth the risk, so I brushed my car as close as I could up against a house so that no zombies could get to me. And then I took a risk and went to sleep. Luckily, I woke up. It was still the middle of the night, but neither the time of day or the undead would keep me from reaching my objective, the small police station on the outskirts of town. I very carefully planned my entrance and scouted around the area. The coast seemed clear, so I made my entrance and started scouting around. I was looking for firearms and ammo. Eventually, I located my prize in the back room, and I took all I could carry. It was a little less than I had hoped for, but I had to make do with what I could get. The cops had arrived, so I had to do some more clearing. I secured my loot in my car. Then I decided since I was here, I might as well kill some undead. my shotgun broke. So I turned to my trusty pickaxe. I may have made a tactical error and bit off more than I could chew. I was able to defeat the first wave, but they just kept coming. It wasn't even safe hiding behind the police station. Here they come again. Fortunately, I had another shotgun that I could fall back on. And, fall back I did. Until I cleared them out enough that my trusty pickaxe could get the job done. But oh boy, here comes some more. This was hard work, and I was getting winded. I almost took a bite there, but fortunately, my tailoring skill protected me. I couldn't keep this up for much longer. I was getting exhausted. I wanted to get to my car and get away, but the undead had other ideas, so I lured them away by blasting them in the face with my shotgun. I made clever use of corners and choke points. But they just kept chasing me. They were relentless. Eventually, I cleared myself enough wiggle room that I could sit down and relax for a minute and catch my breath. This was a big advantage. Unfortunately, I was getting farther and farther away from my car. But what else could I do? The undead would not stop, and neither would I. Can't stop, won't stop. Never stop, never stop. Until I ran out of shotgun ammo. So it was back to my trusty pickaxe. My trusty pickaxe never fails me. Until it did. It broke. Now I was in big trouble. I was basically weaponless except for my police baton, but it was a short-range weapon and not good for clearing hordes. So I tried to make my escape once again. It seemed my plan to lure the undead away from my car was mostly successful, and I was able to sneak past a few and quickly dispatch a few more. I was deathly afraid that my nightstick would break also, and then what would I do? Especially after I encountered another mini-horde. I was feeling exhausted again. This was hard work, but my car was finally in sight, so I made a run for it. But the undead got in my way once again. A boot to the face detoured them. And I finally made it to my car. I checked around for backup weapons. And was interrupted once again. Eats foot. I was feeling confident, perhaps overconfident, so I stuck around instead of making a retreat. I should have at least stopped to rest. This was a tactical mistake. I was very tired. But I really wanted to loot this farming and rural supply store. Oh no! An alarm! Run for it! Once again, my overconfidence would be my weakness. I decided to hide for a little bit and see what would happen. After the alarm ended, I ventured out to see what had happened. And found undead, of course. A lot of undead. Perhaps too many undead for my little nightstick. So it was shotgun time once again. But this only made things worse once again and drove me away from my car. They are billions! Oh man, I was in trouble. Look at all these zombies. And more coming up from behind until I ran out of ammo again. What was I gonna do now? Oop, I almost fell. I was getting exhausted once again, and I had tripped and cut myself. This was a big problem. Fortunately, I could still hobble faster than the undead could run. I couldn't keep this up for long, though. I was getting exhausted. Fortunately, I was able to duck into my car, quickly start it, and drive away. Ooh, a trailer. I wanted it. But perhaps I had learned my lesson. Maybe. As tempting as it was, I knew it was time to head back to base. Healed up, refueled, and rearmed, I returned to the scene of the crime. Well, if there wasn't a crime before, there certainly was now. Murder. Mass murder. There's been another murder. Or 10. I was actually enjoying myself shooting all these undead. And the undead were enjoying chasing me around. I killed undead until I couldn't kill no undead no more. And then I moved my car into what I thought was a safe position and went to sleep for the night. Surprise! Zombies! I was able to drive away. Then, by the light of my car's headlights, I resumed the slaughter. All these corpses around were starting to make me feel sick. My car died. Oh god, oh god. Oh god, oh god, oh god. Oh, what am I gonna do? What am I gonna do? Oh! I switched seats to get the zombie away. And then switched back, and I was able to start the car and drive away. Man, the smell of these corpses is starting to get to me. Oof. But I can't leave without at least doing some looting, can I? Nice, more guns and ammo. I grabbed what I could carry. I stopped by the hardware store next, but I didn't find anything I wanted. Next stop was the bookstore. And then a little more murder. Before it was finally time to head home. I felt I had accomplished everything I was going to be able to accomplish in Riverside, so it was time to move. I set my sights on Rosewood. So I spent a few days packing up all of my gear, loading everything up as best I could. It was tough deciding what to leave behind. I had built an amazing life for myself here in the ashes of the apocalypse. The next day, I drove all the way to Rosewood and had an epic battle and killed over 300 zombies at once with a combination of my shotgun and pickaxe. Unfortunately, my computer crashed and I lost all the footage. But I'll show you a little bit of the aftermath. As you can see, I am now over 3,000 kills, and there's a big chunk of zombies there. Here's another big pile of corpses over here. And they're just all over the place. I was kiting them around, taking out groups of them at a time with my shotgun. And there's a few more left up here at this car crash. Not sure how those didn't pull, but as you can see, there's these big groups of bodies all over the place. And my character is now tired from fighting all day. Well, driving and then fighting all day. Here's some more of the carnage over here. There's another group there. Big group back there. And there's more up here in the woods. I was just kind of kiting around into the woods. I tried to stay off the road as much as I could, but you know, when you're being chased by 300 zombies, you kind of do what you have to do. I think the snow might have covered up some of the bodies, because there were a lot more than this. But anyways, I apologize about the fact that that footage is missing. It was a very epic battle. I was actually very proud of myself. But now we are in Rosewood. I'm going to get back into character for the next part here. After multiple days of fighting and sleeping in my car, I made it to the Rosewood gas station, and I started clearing it out. My rifle came in very handy, as did my pickaxe. Whoops, whiff there. Whoops, whiff, strike two. The coast looked clear, so I claimed my territory by taking a generator and plopping it down. I wanted to head inside to resupply, but management had other ideas. They were insistent, but my argument was stronger. Hello, naked man. After securing a gas station and some temporary supplies, I resumed attempting to clear to my new home. It seemed like all of Rosewood had come out to meet me, so meet them I did. In combat, both my gun skill and my pickaxe were getting a workout. One tried to sneak up on me, but I blasted him. After I cleared out the immediate area, I took a little break to loot the supermarket. Then it was back to working my way through downtown Rosewood. How do I keep getting myself in these situations? Oh, right. That's how. I killed so many undead that I broke another pickaxe and had to resort to my nightstick and my feet once again. Eventually, finally, I made it to my new chosen home, and I started securing the immediate area. This is my house now, zombies. You're not welcome. Zombies have no respect for a claim. This is mine. Get out. It even came with a nice car I could steal. After that, I moved in and started inspecting the inside. Oops, occupado. Time to get these disgusting corpses out of here. It's time to meet the neighbors. Hey, my new car has a full tank of gas. What a stroke of luck. Now it was time to start making this house my home. Adding sheets and sheet ropes as escape ropes to the windows was my first course of action. Started breaking things down for parts. I destroyed the staircase so no undead could get upstairs. Then I started constructing a balcony. This would be a nice place for me to hide, as well as where I would put my water collectors. I decided to install fencing so that I wouldn't fall off, and added an escape route for convenience. Interruptions. My foothold in Rosewood was secure. I had a safe place to sleep, I had water collectors ready to go, and I had my generator for power. With my base established, I started looting and clearing the surrounding area until an alarm went off. I thought to use this as a lure to ambush some zombies, but wow, there was a lot more than I was expecting. So this turned into an epic midnight showdown. The more I killed, the more showed up. Fortunately, I was turning into quite the zombie slayer. Looks like somebody brought a gun to a zombie fight. horde seemed to never end, so I hopped the fence to put a little distance between us. But that was short-lived, just like this zombie. The horde was never-ending and relentless. But fortunately, I was well stocked on ammo.
Okay, it's happening. Everybody stay calm.
What's the procedure, everyone? What's the procedure?
Stay calm.
Well,
It seemed like no matter how many zombies I killed, or what I did, the horde kept growing and growing instead of shrinking. I was in trouble. It was time to hop a fence again to put some distance and regain my bearings. How could there still be this many zombies? I couldn't go on much longer like this. If nothing else, I would run out of ammo. So I decided it was time to make an escape. I ran for it and ducked through the alleyways. This got me away from the main horde, but there were still some stragglers. I quickly dispatched this more manageable amount of zombies. Ooh, oh man, that was tough. Let's take a little break and eat. Oh man. Somewhere, sometime within the mass of undead, I disassembled enough watches to level up my electricity to master electrical work. So I took the time to read my electrical expert book. And then it was back to more killing and looting. I needed a beer, so I hit up the local bar. Beer. And then it was back to grinding skills. I wanted to upgrade the wooden gate I built in front of my house to metal, so I started working on my metalworking skill. Disassembling things seemed to be the way to go. It would also give me the supplies I needed to do my metalworking. Not even refrigerators were safe. Eventually, I had the skills and supplies needed to start my fence. But it wasn't enough. It would never be enough. So I disassembled more stuff to get more metalworking supplies. Minus the occasional interruption, I was working hard on my skills. The laundromat would provide a fantastic source of leveling and materials. But man, was I getting bored. I cured my boredom by standing in the rain and reading a comic book. Yeah, I know. I kept grinding away until finally I was able to read my Master Metal Workbook. I was a Master Metal Worker. I needed a break from all this grinding, so I decided to raid the police station. But first, I had to fight through the undead. Like shooting fish in a barrel. After I made my way inside, I took a little snack break. Then carefully explored the prison area. It's always in the last place you look. Eventually, I found what I was looking for, the armory, and I stocked up on some guns and ammo. And then I headed outside to make use of my newfound guns and ammo. It felt like cheating shooting them from behind the fence, but, well, they're zombies. Their whole wretched existence is cheating. So I helped them not exist anymore. How kind of them to let me use them as targeting practice. I found a police car in fantastic condition, except the battery was dead. I would have to come back for it later. For now, I had my sights set on the prison, and man, there were a lot of zombies there. It took me several days of clearing. I should say, it took me several days even to get to the prison. The forest surrounding the prison was crawling. I broke multiple weapons along the way, including crowbars and nightsticks and baseball bats. Till eventually I made it into, what was this, the visitor center? Either way, I found a katana, one of the best weapons in the world. And I had fun using it. School bags? What are school bags doing in the prison? In video games? Upstairs I found an armory with some ammo and guns. I grabbed what I could. And in the very last container in the armory, I made a fantastic find, an M14 rifle. This would be much better than the hunting rifles I was using before. I'm busy right now. Can you come back later? I gave a parting FU to the zombies in the area, and then I made my escape with my valuables. Look at this carnage. Holy cow. That was a lot of zombies. Was being the key word. Wait, where did all these come from? I thought I cleared this area. Well, it's clear now. The next day was back through the carnage once again to revisit the prison. My work here was not done. It was almost like I hadn't done any work at all. There were so many zombies. I wanted to head into the actual prison itself to take a look around, but there were so many zombies outside. They were never ending on the outside. I could only imagine what it was like on the inside. Every time I thought I was about to make it into the building, more zombies showed up and drove me off. Eventually, I did make it inside, and I took a look around. All I found were zombies. I could hear their growling everywhere. It was terrifying. They were coming from everywhere. It was freaking me out too much, so I made my escape. I would be back another day. But for now, the town of Rosewood itself needed me. Maybe I wasn't the hero the town needed right now, but I was the one it deserved. I decided to use the police cruiser I had found earlier as bait and turn the lights and sirens on. This would allow me to more efficiently slaughter undead as they would come to me, and I could kill them out in the open instead of having to go house to house. And come to me they did. I guess somehow, through the sheer weight of their zombie mass, they had turned my lights and sirens off. I paid them back for it by turning them off. Apparently, they had broken the light bar on the police cruiser. Thanks, zombies. Real nice of you. So I proceeded to break their faces. Well, if I couldn't use the light bar, surely the blast from this shotgun would attract the undead. Mission accomplished, I guess. Ooh, almost got bit there. Be careful what you wish for, especially when what you wish for is zombies. Well, this looks familiar. Where have we seen this before? I found another vehicle with a light bar, and I used it to set another trap for the undead. At first I thought maybe I had killed them all already. But then, out of the rain, they appeared everywhere. this was going to be quite the fight. The rain intensified and I was exhausted, so I decided to call it a night. The rains continued the next day, but I was undaunted and I headed back into town. While slaughtering the undead, I came across a box van in near perfect condition. I would make this my new vehicle. Look at that. Great condition. But first, the undead needed my attention, so I provided, in the form of a baseball bat to the face. And on day 237, I killed my 5,000th zombie. 5,000 down, and who knew how many more to go? I didn't know this at the time, but 5,000 would become all in a day's work once I moved on to Louisville later in my post-apocalyptic life. Since I had found a new car I wanted, I decided to do a little, shall we say, Carmageddon with my old car. And I ran over zombies left and right, smashing them in my wake. After the fun was over, I started fixing up my new car. It needed a new battery. And some gas. I siphoned the gas from my old vehicle to put in the new vehicle. Then I loaded up the truck and I moved to back to my base. It handles like a dream. For a giant van, that is. The car was in great shape, but there were just a couple things that needed work, so I took care of them, including a new tire. After doing this work, I decided I needed to improve my mechanic skill to do future repairs, so I got to work grinding on my mechanic skill. Eventually, after completely dismantling several cars, I leveled up my mechanics. So I immediately read my Master Mechanics book. I was now a Master Mechanic. All this busy work left me eager for some action, so I headed back into town and checked out the courthouse. There wasn't a whole lot of action to be had there. This provided me with a little bit of the action I was looking for when I headed to the fire station next. I gave myself a little tour of the fire station. Nice workout room. I thought this seemed like a cool place to make a base, but I just didn't have the time to stick around. I picked up some good supplies and moved on. This definitely would have been a cool place to set up a base. The next day I decided I wanted to level up my first aid skill, but I wasn't quite sure how to do that other than to injure myself. So injure myself I did. And once I had learned the first aid skill better, I started reading my first aid book. After killing some more zombies, I figured out that I could walk on broken glass and keep cutting myself over and over again to level up my first aid skill. This let me level up my first aid very quickly, so I ended up becoming a master of first aid and read the book. After the fun of injuring myself over and over again, I headed back to the prison to see how things were going. Spoiler alert, bad. Things were going bad. I could not believe how many zombies there were. I cleared out some of them through the vents, and then dispatched others that came running from the forest. What was I going to do about this mass of former humanity? Fortunately, my shotgun was going through the fence and killing some of them, but not all of them. It looked like they had mashed themselves into the fence somehow. The snow turned to rain, and the rain washed away the snow and revealed some of the carnage. This was a bloodbath. The next day, a fog rolled in, and I rolled in to the prison with spears, hoping to poke the zombies through the fence. I had some limited success. With the zombies cleared off the fence a little bit, I went back to my shotgun, and it was able to clear out some more. And my spear was able to take out a few more. But to completely clear out the area, I knew I would have to go in there, and that wasn't something I was ready to do yet anyway. As the fog lifted, I contented myself to clear out the area around the prison instead of being able to kill those inside. This turned out to be a lot of undead that I had now re-deadened. The next day, I loaded up my car and headed for the military base. It was a long, boring drive, and then a drive down a dirt road, and then a long, boring, but dangerous hike, till I finally made it to the military base, and I did some exploring. I took 2 full days to explore, but I really didn't find anything of interest, not even any weapons or anything. I was disappointed. I wanted to find a weapon, maybe an M16, something. I felt like my time in Rosewood was coming to an end. I had cleaned out the prison and the military complex, and I had killed pretty much all the zombies in town, and I had scavenged everything I could find. I came here in hopes of getting help at the military complex or the prison, but all I found was more zombies. And I was getting lonely. I needed to move on, to find another place to live, and hopefully find more survivors. I pulled out my map and started to plan my next move. I thought maybe March Ridge would be my next searching location. I had plenty of clues to go by from maps I had picked up along the way, and I decided that the best place for me to build a house would be this two-story building here, right towards the edge of town. With my plan made, I spent the next week sorting through my loot and deciding what I would take with me, and completely clearing out the town and double checking for anything of note. With my plan in place, I decided to take in the sights of Rosewood one more time before I left. Obviously, the dead disagreed with my plans, but they were not going to stop me from visiting the drive-in movie. Unfortunately, there were no good movies playing. On my way back, I thought I could curb my disappointment with some delicious candy from the nearby gas station. And I was in luck. They had a full stock. I loaded up on junk food. This would keep me going. But bright and early next morning, it was time. It was time to move on. So I loaded up the truck, and I headed out. Goodbye, Rosewood. You were good to me, and maybe I wasn't good to you. But maybe we'll see you again someday. March Ridge wasn't that far away, so it only took me a few hours to drive there. I was feeling confident with how well I moved into Rosewood, so I just went for it. Even as laden down with gear and equipment as I was feeling confident. I hopped out of my car and quickly got to work. I made a serious tactical error and did not drop my extra equipment. and it was weighing me down heavily. But I got to work fighting. And for a while there, I was doing well. Ish. But I was already out of breath due to how much stuff I was carrying. This was going poorly. I decided to switch to my shotgun to clear out some of this crowd. And clear it out it did. Except, it pulled even more to me. So it was a net wash. If I would have just dropped my extra gear, this would have gone much better. But now I was kind of stuck. I couldn't get away, and I couldn't fight well enough to clear them. So I was just kiting around. I thought maybe I could lose them over a fence when the worst thing that's ever happened to me in the game happened. I tripped, and not only did I cut myself, but I ruined my boots as well. Now I could not move quicker than the zombies. They were catching up, and I was tired and panicked still. Finally, I figured it out that I needed to drop some weight, so I started dropping things. But by now, would it be too late? I was able to put enough distance between us so that I could quickly bandage my foot, and that helped. I could move a little faster now. But was it fast enough? I tried to lose the zombies in the trees, but there were just so many of them that I only lost a few. I thought this was the end for sure, the end of our hero, but I kept throwing things on the ground and hoping. They were getting closer and closer. I had to take a chance on the trees again. I almost made it back to my car, but the zombies had it surrounded. I continued to shed weight until I was finally not overweight. Maybe I could move fast enough now. Could I get into my car this time? Oh, I made it. Just barely made it into my car before they grabbed me. And then I drove away quickly. I drove all the way out of town to get away from the zombies. And then I prepared myself better this time. I got myself new boots, and I rested up. And the fight was on. Working from outside the town this time, it would go much better. I had myself some lunch and some coffee, and I was distracted, so I ran into the stop sign. And then I made my return, this time more carefully and more strategically. I had been humbled, but now it was my turn. And I returned the favor. And return the favor I did. Now that I wasn't overburdened and injured, I was able to dispatch the zombies with relative ease. Now the trick would be finding and picking up everything that I had dropped. I needed all those supplies. Day turned to night, and still I fought on. House by house, mechanically this time, instead of just rushing in. I would do this the strategic way. Methodically, one house at a time. Until at last I had made it to my new chosen home. And I began clearing the area. I was surprised at how many zombies I found, given how many had welcomed me to March Ridge. Once the surrounding area felt a little bit clearer, I moved into my chosen house and cleared it out from the inside. And then I limped my way back to my vehicle, killing undead along the way, as needed, and brought my car to my new house. I just started moving in when the neighbors welcomed me to the neighborhood. How nice of them. I had a lot of work to do to make it safe and make it mine, but I had moved in. I had my new house. And March Ridge was now my oyster. I set about my usual way of making places safe, and I put sheet ropes in for escape routes. I covered the windows with cloths, and I destroyed the staircase with a sledgehammer so no undead could get to me while I was sleeping. And then I built my usual balcony. As somewhere safe to hang out and somewhere to put my water collectors. My foothold in March Ridge was established, and I was relatively safe, even though there were many undead in the area. While I was out exploring and clearing town, the sound of my generator must have attracted the undead's attention. They broke down both of my doors, but I could not find them anywhere. Apparently they broke everything and then left. How rude. So I set about rebuilding, always with the interruptions. I decided to turn the generator off. It was just attracting too much attention. I would have to do without power for now. The next days were spent clearing out the neighborhood and trying to make it safe. I defeated the roving packs of undead. I decided to lure them to me by shouting, and it worked. I preferred this strategy to going inside and fighting inside. Fighting outside is much easier where you have more room to maneuver. Block by block, and house by house, I cleared the neighborhood. With the neighborhood mostly cleared out and safe-ish, I turned my attention to making a sanctuary for myself. I thought about building over to the rooftop of the cinema across the way, but I thought that I probably would not be staying in town long enough to make that worth it. But at last, I had done it. I had survived for 10 months, 300 days. And I had killed almost 7,000 zombies. But there was still much to do, and many other places to explore. As I woke up on day 301, I decided my first stop would be the local Blockbuster, Hitfids. And I grabbed all the skill tapes I could find. And some entertainment as well. Some of the locals asked if they could join for movie night. Unfortunately, I had to politely decline. While I was in the area, I checked out the local restaurant. 1 star, would not come back. Then I made some friends at the local pharmacy. Of the dead variety. Next, I tried to try my hand at some short blades. I didn't like it that much. So I switched back to my trusty crowbar. An essential step to survival when moving to a new town is to secure the local gas station. So secure the gas station I did. Man, this short blade is difficult. I decided to keep practicing with my knife for smaller fights of 1 or 2 zombies at a time. But for bigger fights, I would need my crowbar. On my way back to base, I decided to grab the water dispenser from the local office building. And somehow, I managed to cut myself on the cubicles. I barely even noticed. all of a sudden, I felt pain. And I wasn't sure why. Then I noticed I was bleeding. That's weird. My local exploration and looting eventually bore fruit in a car that I thought I could use. I figured maybe I would use this as my local vehicle. It took a couple tries, but eventually I got it started and drove it back to base. I would use up this vehicle's durability instead of my big mover van. The rain picked up intensity until it developed into a tropical storm. Look at this terrible weather. What was I going to do now? The storm lasted for several days. But finally, it ended, and I could get back to work. This group of zombies was too close to my base for comfort, so it was time to fight. But the more I fought, the more attention I gathered. Oh boy, I had done it now. I had pissed them off. I kicked up a hornet's nest. I took out a couple stragglers with my crowbar, and then I decided it was time to pull out the big guns. Literally. Here they come! Hold the line! I was becoming much more proficient with guns than I had been before. And I was able to easily dispatch the horde with my shotgun. But of course, that only attracted more undead. They were swarming my car. Little by little, we are thinning the swarm. Oh, watch out behind you! Luckily, I was able to pull off a few at a time, so I didn't have to fight them all at once. So I got the job done. Or, so I thought anyway. There were more. There are always more. As if I wasn't having enough fun, I decided to yell and attract them from inside the dormitory, I guess it is. And here they come. They literally rained from the sky. I had myself a nice little choke point here, and I was able to dispatch them one-on-one. Hallelujah, it's raining zombies. I decided it was time to take a break from the slaughter and did some more looting. My next target was the local post office. I wanted to check for any books or magazines I was missing. It took me a couple of hours to sort through everything, but I did find a couple things I needed. And a couple things I did not need. And then it was once again time to start slaughtering the undead once again. I was feeling confident. Perhaps overconfident. I thought I was doing a good job of whittling them down. Until I saw it. The stream of them pouring out of the dormitory or apartment complex or whatever it is. So I picked off a few more with my shotgun. And then I decided discretion was the better part of valor and made my escape. I would be back with more ammo. Bright and early the next morning, the fight was rejoined. I had taken out the main mass of the enemy troops, but they just kept streaming in. They were endless. They are billions! I thought I had finally managed to clear the area. Boy, oh boy, was I wrong. It was a never-ending wave, streaming in from everywhere. So many zombies that even SWAT would call for more ammo. But there was no SWAT. It was just me. Me and my shotgun. So we did the best we could. And that was pretty good. Or so I thought anyway. But they just kept coming. This seemed like a unwinnable fight, but I was determined. I had to have cleared out most of the town by now, right? 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 Right, guys? Would I run out of ammo or run out of zombies first? That was the question. And the answer is ammo. I ran out of ammo first. Fortunately, there were only a few left, and I was able to pick them off with my axe. Look at this carnage. Holy cow. I had bathed the ground in the blood of my enemies. I had earned a well-deserved break, but there ain't no rest for the wicked. Money don't grow on trees. I got bills to pay, mouths to feed, and ain't nothing in this world for free. An annotated map I had found earlier pointed to the school as a potential source of loot, so I went to investigate. And all I found was dead people. Or, well, you know, zombies. So you know the drill, the zombies had to go. I got a nice choke point at a window and was able to chop them down to size. Whoop. Who knew the zombies would fight back? It seems my map had lied to me. I really didn't find anything of use in the school. I said of use. No, that's not useful either. Never seen a kid fight to get back into school before. I was just wondering where everyone was when I found them. And broke some weapons on their faces. Check that one off the list. It was risky, but I decided to keep looting at night and drove through the neighborhood, looking for the next point of interest from an annotated map. Apparently, I wasn't the only one that had that idea, but I staked my claim with violence. Lots and lots of violence. Are you kidding me? Another tropical storm? Speaking of storms, I found a storm of undead. Now that it seemed like the area was mostly cleared out of zombies, I started looking around through houses doing some looting. Turns out one of the points of interest on my map from an annotation was a little bit of a prepper house. I was able to restock my ammo that I had spent trying to get here. And an excellent find, an M14 rifle. Check this one off the list. I kept exploring March Ridge, checking on all my points of interest on my map, and killing any zombies along the way. I was surprised at how many prepper houses I found. This would provide me with a limitless source of weapons, should I need them. I decided to put my new weapons to work and started clearing out the area once again, and I found quite a few decent-sized hordes. I found many spears, so I decided to use them, and I broke many spears on zombie faces. I fought until I exhausted myself and the supply of zombies in the area. I could not believe how many prepper houses were in the area and how much loot there was to be had. I stayed and fought too long, and I was too tired and too overconfident, and disaster almost struck. A zombie knocked me down and scratched my leg. Would I be infected? Would this be the end? It was a severe scratch, too. I hobbled away to lick my wounds and heal up. And hopefully not die of infection. Fortunately, it turns out I didn't have the zombie infection, and I wasn't going to turn into a zombie. And it was pouring rain once again, so I decided it was time to finish my electrical skill and become a master electrician. So I disassembled everything in sight. Until it finally happened. Finally. Master electrician. Obviously, my next step was to read the Master Electrician book, so I found a nice spot under my balcony out of the rain and did some reading outside. I found another annotated map, so I checked it out. It highlighted the bakery and a hunter lodge, maybe. So I marked them on the map and went to check them out. I had already been to the bakery. The streets were pretty empty by this point. It was kind of creepy, no lie. So I consoled myself with some candy. Finally, some signs of life. I had learned my lesson from the last encounter. I stayed out of lunge range. And then did my own lunging into their faces with a spear. I was starting to think there wasn't much left for me here in March Ridge. But I kept searching. I had all these points of interest to check. This was yet another house full of weapons and ammo. I was fully stocked. So I decided I had to go use up some of these weapons. So I went looking for fights. And fights I found. I was honestly kind of shocked at how many zombies were left in town after all my huge fights earlier. Max level tailoring saved my life once again. My armor had eaten that bite instead of my skin. I will avenge you, my gloves. It was another race between what would run out first, the zombies or my ammo. This time, the zombies won, and I resorted to killing them with the weapons I had got from all those houses. Hey, get away from my car. That's my car. You're not welcome. Get your own. I could do this all day. So I did. All day. Literally. I killed hundreds, if not thousands of zombies. There were so many of them. I literally spent days clearing zombies. Street by street. Block by block. I reclaim this town for the living. Seriously though, how many zombies are there around here? Holy cow. On day 320, I decided I had had enough of March Ridge and it was time to move on. I packed up my things, I spent a couple days packing and getting ready, and I set my sights on West Point. Then I hit the road, Jack. And don't you come back no more, no more, no more, no more. Hit the road, Jack. And don't you come back no more. My journey almost ended before it started when I hit a tree while I was staring at my map and almost totaled my vehicle. Fortunately, I was able to get it started again, and the journey resumed. Man, look at this traffic. Holy cow. Talk about a traffic jam. To get to West Point from March Ridge, I had to drive through downtown Muldraugh. And while my objective today was West Point, I knew that at some point I would want to come to Muldraugh, so I started preparing the way for my eventual incursion into Muldraugh by driving down the street honking the horn. I rolled on into West Point at about 4:30 in the morning. And boy, if I thought there were a lot of zombies in the other towns, West Point was something else entirely. I wanted to make my base at the warehouse to the south of the town next to the gas station. And I'm just going to let this battle play out because this is a lot of zombies. I had learned from my incursion into Marsh Ridge, so I immediately started dropping weight to fight the zombies better. I threw everything I could on the ground. I would have to find it later. The fog rolled in while the fight was ongoing, but still we fought on. Me versus the horde. There was no retreat now. I was in it. This was do or die. It was me or the horde. Every time I thought the fight was over, more of them would appear out of the mist. But I did not drive all this way to turn back now. All of my weapons were getting a workout today. As the mist started to clear, I was able to survey the carnage that I had wrought. And I had a strange feeling. Was it guilt? Was it pride? I wasn't sure. There were a lot of dead on my hands, but... I mean, they were already dead, right? It was them or me. And it's gonna be me. Where did that one come from? Every time I thought the battle was over, they just kept coming. I was starting to get low on ammo. Fortunately, my melee weapons served me just fine. It almost seemed unfair to pick them off from long range with the rifle. But, you know, they're zombies. They're dead anyway. Why should I fight fair? They wanted to turn me into a dead guy. I didn't want that. Seriously, where do they keep coming from? One of the reasons I had chosen this location is its close proximity to a gas station. So my next objective was to clear out the area around the gas station. The gas station was so close that it was dual purpose, clearing the gas station and clearing the area surrounding my base for safety. With the area outside of my base secure, I needed to venture inside and start clearing out from the inside. I strongly disliked fighting indoors because there's less room to maneuver, but it had to be done. I had to know that my base was secure, or at least clear of infestation. We would make it secure later. This was exhausting work, and I hadn't secured my safety yet, so I took a chance and moved the couch back into the back areas of the locked room. This would put several doors between me and any potential zombies. For the next couple nights at least, until I could secure the roof. My next objective was to secure access to the roof and start moving my stuff up there. It was a crude staircase at first. Later on, we would use rope ladders. I had a lot of work ahead of me. I was going to build an entire platform inside the upper level of the warehouse. But there was nothing for it but to get building. I wanted this entire area. I wanted a nice, huge place for myself to live in safety. This was going to take a ton of work and a ton of wood. But in the end, it would be worth it. This would be my home for the next foreseeable future. Chopping down trees served a dual purpose. It supplied me with wood, and it also increased the area I could see to keep an eye out for zombies. I may have underestimated just how much work this was going to be, and just how much wood this was going to take, but I was determined. One of the most important first steps that I took was installing a sink upstairs where I would have access to clean water. I set myself up a nice little kitchen and plumbed the sink to the rain collectors upstairs. War doesn't play fair, and neither do I. I sniped any zombies I could see from my rooftop with my long-range rifle. I finished up my entire floor and started to move in. First things first, I needed the couch for a place to sleep until I could secure a better bed, and then I started putting up my decorations. Now that I had a secure base of operations to work from, I started clearing out the surrounding area and gathering supplies that I would need. Oh, excuse me, I didn't know anyone was in here. Not sure why I was surprised, but I was a little bit surprised to find another horde of zombies lurking nearby, so I got rid of them. And then more came out of the woodwork. Don't sneak up on me like that. This was supposed to be a looting run, but I guess I was more bloodthirsty than I thought. And I needed to clear the area anyway, so it worked out. I should have taken a break at this point. I was getting exhausted. But instead, I popped some coffee and got back to work. Maybe not the smartest idea, but it worked out okay. $0 gas, can't beat that. As I walk through the valley of the shadow of death, I take a look at my life, and I realize there's nothing left. Because I've been blasting and laughing so long that even my mama thinks that my mind is gone. But I ain't never crossed a zombie that didn't deserve it. Me be treated like a punk? You know that's unheard of. Okay, I had to get serious now. Enough playing around. I had to start securing my long-term survival. So I set up some traps to catch some food. And picked out a nice new refrigerator for my new kitchen. And let's not forget the rooftop garden. This industrial oven will go in my kitchen nicely. The kitchen was starting to take shape. Next stop was the storage lockers next door for some much-needed supplies. Storage lockers were full of loot, including generators and some interesting furniture, but what I really needed was a new bed. I was tired of sleeping on the couch. So it was time to make my first foray into West Point itself. After clearing out the area a little bit, I brought in my mover van with its trailer and went to work looking for a new bed. I'm not super picky. This large fancy bed will do. Plus I like the nice black color. I'll take it. Sold. I decided this back corner of the warehouse was going to be my new bedroom, so I started getting it set up. What does every nice bedroom need? Some nice carpeting. So I headed over to the local hotel and started ripping up their carpeting to use in my bedroom. Of course, the undead wouldn't let me have it without a fight. They are notoriously rude like that. But I proved once again that I wanted it more than them. The next couple weeks were spent alternating between clearing out downtown West Point and working on my base. until it was time to do something else. First up, I brought my car around back and started fixing it up. It had taken a little bit of a beating, and I didn't want it to break down on me. Then, in a fit of nostalgia, I guess you could say, I decided to drive back to my original base all the way back in Riverside. There might even be some gear back there that I could make use of. Driving through downtown West Point was interesting, to say the least. I did a little bit of honking to pull the zombies out of their houses for future clearing endeavors. Does the weather ever cooperate with my plans? My old stomping grounds. I had good memories of this place, where I attempted to light a zombie bonfire and failed. Where I experienced my first alarm and had to run away from all the zombies. Where I slept in my car because there were too many zombies to fight. And finally, my old base. Everything appeared to be as I had left it. You know, more or less. All my food was rotten. Things were starting to break down. There was no power, but other than that, just as I left it. Somehow, these magical potatoes were still fresh. I grabbed everything that was still going to be of use to me and loaded it up in my truck and trailer. And in the morning, I loaded up and headed back to West Point. Nostalgia is great and all, but my new base was even better than this one. Plus, I had things to do in the east. The drive back was more or less just as uneventful as the drive there. The 1 year mark approached. I thought back and marveled at all I had accomplished. From my humble beginnings in a trailer in Riverside, 8,954 zombies later. From the ashes of the apocalypse, this unemployed gym rat had risen to become a master carpenter, a master cook, a master at farming, a master tailor, and a master at foraging. I thought back to all the places I had visited, from my trip to the prison and the army base, to clearing out Riverside. What a long, strange trip it had been, but it wasn't over yet. Where there ain't no rest for the wicked, money don't go on trees. If it did, I would be able to grow it. I got no bills to pay, but I do have one mouth to feed, my own, and they ain't nothing in this world for free. Somehow I knew how many zombies I had killed. Maybe a subconscious part of my brain was just keeping track or what, but I knew I was close to 9,000 kills, and I wanted to break that number, so that was my goal for today. Lucky for me, West Point still had plenty of zombies for me to kill. So it did not take me long to achieve. I even accidentally overshot my mark by a few zombies. Bloodlust satiated, I decided to do a supply run back to my old base in March Ridge. What the heck? Where did all these zombies come from? I can't have these zombies so close to my base. No way, no how. We gotta get rid of them. And of course, the weather didn't cooperate, and the fog rolled in. And the zombies kept rolling in as well. I could not believe my eyes. How many of them could there still be? Didn't I just clear this area? Oh man, this is getting scary. We're panicking. Nobody panic. Nobody panic. Stop panicking. Stop panicking. Nobody panic. I ran out of ammo, so it was down to the crowbar. But there were so many zombies. Could even the crowbar handle this many zombies? There was no choice but to find out. This was just supposed to be a supply run. I don't know how much longer I could keep this up. I was starting to get very exerted. Exhaustion was kicking in. But there were still so many zombies left. What was I gonna do? I had to take a chance and sit down and take a break. Fortunately, it paid off, and I regained my endurance. And I went to confront the next part of the horde. But quickly, exertion set in once again. There was just so many zombies. Exhausted from swinging my crowbar, I switched over to my handgun and used up all the ammo I had left. As I finished off the last few zombies, the fog lifted. Was it symbolism? Was it a coincidence? Either way, it allowed me to see the carnage that I had wrought. And once again, I was struck with a feeling I could not describe. Intense guilt, maybe? Intense satisfaction? I wasn't sure. All I knew is that I had lived, and they had, re-died. So help me, zombies, if you don't start behaving, I will turn this van around and cancel the trip. Alright, that's it. Trip's canceled. No, but seriously, all jokes aside, I'm turning around and heading home again. I'm exhausted. This trip can wait for another day. With the trip canceled, I had my sights set on another objective. The laundromat. I wanted to set up a laundry room for myself. But the zombies had other ideas, as always. I mean, yeah, I probably could have snuck away and got my stuff and gone, but, you know, why put off today? Why put off till tomorrow what you can do today? And I cleared out the zombies. Eventually, I had my fun, and I made my way into the laundry room and picked out a nice washer and dryer. But why waste a trip? So I raided the local pharmacy store as well. It was right next door. And then it was back home to install my washer and dryer. And then to start building the laundry room itself. Things were shaping up nicely. All it needed was some carpeting and to finish the walls. On second thought, I think tile would look better. Let's put some tile in. Yeah, that's nice. And finish the walls. And start plastering them. Alright, let's try this trip back to the old base again. Seriously? More zombies? Come on. You gotta be kidding me. I cleared this twice. Alright, we're back on the road again. Finally. Heading back to our Rosewood base to check things out there. I think I want to stop by the prison once again, too, to see how things are looking there. Oh, man, I forgot about this traffic jam. Oh, man, how are we going to get through? Beep, beep, crash. Zombies, I don't have time for you right now. We got things to do. Ah, Rosewood. Can't say that I missed you, but I didn't not miss you. I really left this place a junkyard, didn't I? And we're back to my old Rosewood base. I can't open the door because a tree grew in the way. Everything is all overgrown and Rotten. Lovely. Not unexpected, though. Looks like I left myself plenty of supplies to survive for the few days that I was planning to be here. I didn't really leave anything here that I needed, but I did a quick check anyway and grabbed what I wanted to take and loaded it up in the truck. Now we come to it. The real reason for my visit back to Rosewood. To see the prison. Hey, my old car still runs. I'm amazed that this car still starts. Let's take it and take a look how the prison's going. Hey guys, how's it going in here? Oh, still absolutely effed. Yeah, no thank you. No thank you. Alright, let's check over here. I think I hear my siren still going off that I set up. Wow, that car battery lasted forever. I am super impressed. Holy cow. Oh, wow. Oh, man. Still crawling. Oh, man. Oh, man. So many zombies. I don't even know what to do with all this. Alright, let's just get out of here. That's scary. I don't want anything to do with that. What about if we go in through the front door? Nope. Oh, never mind. Never mind. Maybe I could just kind of sneak in here? Maybe? Maybe I can sneak up on them over here. Oh god, oh god, oh god. No, 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 no. Nope, I'm out of here. Time to go, time to go, time to go. Alright, Rosewood. So long and thanks for all the fish. I'm not sure if I'll ever be back, but you were pretty good to me as far as zombie apocalypse towns go. But we have bigger fish to fry than you, as it were. We've got Muldraugh, West Point, and eventually Louisville to clear out. Speaking of Muldraugh, since we're going to have to drive back and forth on this road a bunch of times anyways, maybe I'll just start clearing it out. Alright, that's enough messing around. Let's get back home. Now that we're back home and had a couple days rest, I feel like we need to clear that road. I feel like we're going to be traveling it a lot. So let's go take a look. First, let's get rid of these zombies. Next, let's try to get these wrecks out of the way. Oh look, more zombies. Look how strong I am. I'm just gonna shove this car out of the way. Hooah! Shove. Shoving cars sideways sure is tiring work. What a surprise. More zombies to kill. I feel shocked. Now that that's out of the way, let's see if we can get some of these wrecks out of here. Man, And this is using up my propane quickly. And propane accessories. Kind of busy right now. You think it could come back later. We're making some good progress here. Starting to clear at least one lane to get through. Apparently, the zombies don't like me clearing out their car wrecks. But too bad for them. Now they're gonna get cleared out. They could have just left me in peace. But no. They have chosen death. Or, you know, re-death. Hey, I might be able to actually drive this car. Alright, we can make use of this car, actually. Maybe we'll use it to shove other cars around? I'm not sure. We'll decide. Oh, wow, it drives pretty quick, too. Well, at the very least, it is out of the way. I think we have a clear path now. So I think that is it for the day. We'll call it a day. You get the point by now. The next couple days I spent doing pretty much nothing but murdering undead. I wanted to reach that mythical 10,000 kill mark. Why does it seem like every time I want to go fight some zombies, it always starts to get really foggy? Well, I was looking for a fight, and a fight I surely found. The fog went away as I made the zombies go away. And we closed in on the magical 10,000 kill mark. The fight went on and on until finally, after 1 year, 21 days, and 15 hours, it happened. We hit 10,000 kills. I had killed 10,000. I could hardly believe it. That is a huge number. And now I would take a well-earned break. And that break entailed taking a tour of the local police station. I checked out the entrance area. Ooh, very nice. And the briefing room. This must be where the detective work happens. The captain's office. Oh, look, someone else wanting to take the tour as well. Let's help them out. Oh, no! Our spear broke. Terrible timing. I'm sure this isn't part of the tour. But I really wanted into the arms locker. So I did. And I grabbed some much-needed ammo. I also wanted these ammo lockers. They were pretty cool. I wanted them for my base. And then back to the tour. We checked out the locker room. The holding cell. And these must be the interrogation rooms. What a lovely tour and a great way to take a break from killing zombies. But now, back to killing zombies. I spent the next few days just fighting more zombies, trying to clear out West Point. I wanted to make it safe. I had survived for 400 days. It had seemed like an impossible task. 1 year, 1 month, and 10 days later, and 10,360 zombies killed. I had cleared Rosewood, Riverside, and March Ridge and reclaimed them for the living. I had settled in West Point and was establishing myself, with Muldraugh next, and then finally, if I could, it would be on to Louisville. In the ashes of civilization, I had come into my own. I was a master at carpentry, cooking, farming, first aid, electricity, metalworking, mechanics, tailoring, foraging. And I was getting there in trapping, shooting, fitness, and strength. I was fast, strong. I could work with many weapons. The dead had no chance. But there were so many of them. How many more could I kill? How many more were there? Find out in the future. But for now, I was safe and happy. Day 400 started out much the same. I had many zombies to kill. West Point was not going to clear itself, and I was the man for the job. So I took out my trusty pickaxe and started pickaxing away. I yelled to them to bring them to me. I hated fighting indoors, and I wanted them to all come to the road. And come they did. Good doggy zombies. Watch out for the creepy crawlies. As usual, the zombies tried to steal my ride, but I was not having any of it. I had stolen that car. I was leaving quite the trail of bodies in my wake. They came at me from all sides, out of the woodwork, and I slaughtered them. They busted out of houses. They came from everywhere, but my pickaxe and I were up to the job. Until it broke. And then it was back to trusty crowbar. I hadn't decided on a favorite weapon yet, so I made use of everything in my arsenal. Next up was the spear. Guys, Halloween is over. No more creepy crawlies. My yelling wasn't attracting them fast enough, so I busted out my rifle and started blasting away. Watch out! This is why I always carry 2 guns on my hips. Once one runs out of ammo, just switch to the other and keep blasting. After that, it was shotgun time. They started to overwhelm me, so I ducked through the buildings to try to get away. And there were yet more of them. The showdown in the rain continued. I tried to escape in my car, but I couldn't quite get in time. So I had to keep fighting. I was getting exhausted. I tried to escape through the trees. And I made it to my car and drove away. But this was merely an interlude to catch my breath. The combat continued. After I slaked my bloodlust for a few days, I decided it was time for a looting run. I wanted some decorations for my new base. So I decided to hit up the local bar, Twiggy's, and the nearby gun store. I decided to try to lure the zombies out first to make sure I wasn't walking into an ambush. And then I made my entrance. Apparently, I wasn't the only one that fancied an afternoon drink today. After I cleared out the occupants, I went searching for supplies. I found plenty of beer. Beer. I grabbed what supplies I could find, but what I was really after was the furniture. I grabbed the antique bar taps and some of the matching counters, as well as a couple of stools to add to the set. Upstairs, I grabbed the pinball machine and some pool cues and pool balls. And I completed my set with these wall bar cabinets. After I got everything installed, I was very happy with the results. I had a nice, fancy bar to relax in after a hard day of slaughtering undead. And then it was back to that gun store I had mentioned earlier. It was time to work on my armory. I had to make use of my sledgehammer to break in. It was well guarded, or defended at least. Not guarded. There were no guards. Then I grabbed all the ammo I wanted. And I took the cool gun lockers as well. I would set these up in the armory. It seemed weird to be taking everything out of these only to put it back in them later. I finished up my armory and got everything put away. Look at all this guns and ammo. I was set for the foreseeable future. All it needed was some decorations for a finishing touch. With my new rooms finished, I decided that it was time to make another attempt on the trip back to March Ridge. This time, I was able to make it out of town without running into a horde. I decided to make a little bit of a stop in Muldraugh to start clearing it out. It was on the way, after all. Might as well not waste the drive. I bit off a little bit more than I can chew. I wasn't really prepared for an all-day fight. I was planning to just make my way through, so things got a little bit tense. So I decided to make my escape. I ducked into my car and just barely made it before the zombies could grab me, and I drove away. By the time I made it to the other side of Muldraugh, I was rested up and ready for another round. And so were the zombies. My rifle made quick work of the zombies in the street, and that pulled them out of the woodwork. Always check your 6. Ooh, watch out now. It was starting to get late in the day, and I wanted to hit up March Ridge before nightfall. So I hopped back in my car and continued my journey. And I pulled into my old March Ridge base, and everything looked about as I had left it. I had really left this place kind of a disaster area. I picked up all the stuff that I had left that I thought I could use and packed it away in the truck. After I had everything all packed up, I decided to do a quick tour around March Ridge to see if there was anything I'd missed. And surprise, surprise, I found more zombies. I also found a couple of cool arcade games, so I took those for my new place. What are you doing back here, you creep? Oops. Good thing this was my March Ridge vehicle and I wasn't planning to take it with me. And good thing I hadn't drove my mover van on my tour around March Ridge. Next, I stopped by the movie theater and grabbed some posters for my new place to spruce it up a little bit. I had thoughts about building myself my own in-base movie theater, but it seemed like maybe too much work and more trouble than it was worth, so I just grabbed the posters. After I grabbed my new decorations out of the old car and put them in my moving van, it was getting late. So I took a little nap and then headed back home in the middle of the night. Of course, along the way, I had to do a little more clearing in Muldraugh. Why waste the trip? I guess I had done a good job last time because there wasn't nearly as many zombies in the street. I was able to fix that with a combination of yelling and gunfire. Zombies, I brought you into this street and I can take you out of it. Hello there, Mr. Prepper Zombie. I guess you were not prepared. Look out now. Is that a lacrosse stick? Does Muldraugh have a lacrosse team? I guess we'll never know. Oh boy, they are everywhere. This might have been a mistake. Oh boy, oh boy, oh boy. Run through the trees. I'm getting tired. I'm panicked and exhausted. Things are not going well for our hero. Might be time to make an escape. Am I out of ammo? I think I'm out of ammo. That's not good. I wanted to duck back into my car, but there were zombies in the way. I crowbar took care of them quickly before the horde could arrive. Or so I thought. Now's your chance. Run for it. Run for it. Made it. Look at all these zombies. Look at them all, Anakin. By the time I made it to the other side of Muldraugh, my exhaustion had cleared, so I went back to fighting. Oh boy. Coming out of the woodwork again. Oop, look out. That was a close one. Might be time to beat a hasty retreat. And I made it away. Am I the unknown activity? Well, that was fun, but I was back at base, and it was time for a much-needed nap. To take a break from the slaughter, I built myself a storage room. It wasn't that pretty, but it would do the job. Out of all the rooms I had built so far, this is the one I was the least proud of, but it was utilitarian. I spruced it up with a couple of decorations so that it wouldn't be quite so barren, at least. Put in some posters, added some carpet, and it was looking up. Next on the agenda was carpeting the hallway and adding a nice dining room table to my kitchen. Well, I guess it's not a dining room table, but, you know, a dining table. I now had a nice place to eat my breakfast in the morning. Things were looking up. Next up on the agenda, I wanted another car for day-to-day driving around West Point so that my mover van wouldn't get so beat up. After driving around West Point for a while, I found a cab that looked like it might suit my purposes. It looked like it was in pretty good shape. So I broke in and quickly hotwired it, and it was mine. I had just gotten it hitched up to my moving van and ready to move back to base when I saw another car that I thought I might like better. This nice black car, and it was in great shape too. I went back and forth for a while. I even siphoned the gas out of the black car and started stripping some of the parts off of it. But eventually the black car went out, so I decided to start stripping the cab of parts to install them into the black car. I think the deciding vote was that the black car had a slightly better engine. I took all the best parts out of the cab and put them in the new black car. And then took the gas out of the cab and put it back into the black car. Back and forth, back and forth. This had turned into an all-day project. But eventually I was satisfied, so I towed my new car back to base. I now had a nice day-to-day car to drive around West Point with without ruining my mover van. I got cars in different area codes. You know, there was something that had been on my mind for weeks. The prison back in Rosewood. I couldn't stand it knowing all those zombies were trapped in there. So it was time for another road trip back to Rosewood. Oh no, my brand new car! At least I didn't injure myself, too. But once again, why waste a perfectly good trip through Muldraugh? So I cleared out some more zombies along the way. I was snow plowing the zombies off the road with my snow shovel. You would think that Muldraugh would be getting a little bit clear by now. But there was no one else to do it. It was up to me. Snow shovels make great weapons. Eventually, I tired myself out and drove the rest of the way back to Rosewood. I felt like I had just been here. Deja vu. After fixing up my car from the damage the road trip took, I headed towards the prison. This prison had been a thorn in my side for a long time, and I was finally about to do something about it. Are things still as terrible here as I remember? Yep, they certainly are. But not for long. Oh man, what a terrible throw. The fire went out in the parking lot in the rain. I took some beta blockers and tried again. That's a little better. Would the building catch on fire this time? Looks like we were getting somewhere. I kept throwing. That one had to do it for sure this time, right? Yes, the zombies inside were on fire. It wasn't a great way to go, but they were already zombies, so, I mean, could it get any worse? I had finally accomplished starting the fire. We didn't start the fire. It was always burning since the world... Actually, I did start the fire. I had some unintended consequences when the zombies on fire escaped the prison since the prison was burning down. This was interesting, to say the least. You know, guys, I wanted to burn down the prison, not the entire surrounding area. So if you guys could kindly go back in your cells, I would really appreciate it. No. This is not a jailbreak. No. Please go back. No, not this way. No, thank you. No, thank you. Please don't come this way. Go back. Go back. Oh, man. I have a conga line of burning zombies following me. That's not ideal. Look at the chaos my actions had wrought. Eventually, they would burn themselves to death, but what all would they destroy in the process? And would they destroy me? I decided not to take the chance. And put them out of their burning misery. This one almost got to me, and I was almost about to do something about it when he burned to death. And now there were flaming corpses lying all over the place. This is an improvement, I guess. Well, looks like I had accomplished my objective. The prison was on fire. Would the entire thing burn down from this wing being on fire? I had my doubts. Like shooting fish in a barrel. I did a little bit of target practice on the zombies stuck inside the fence and prison. I shot as many of the zombies as I could and then went back to trying to burn the place on fire. Oops, that was dangerous. Let's try that again. Maybe without throwing it so close to it myself this time. I don't think that did the trick that time. Oh, maybe the fire's spreading. Maybe. Maybe it is. What? That's not where I threw it. But I think that one actually went inside the building. So that might have accomplished our objective. Yes, the fire had spread inside the building. This is what I was hoping for. But I had to be careful of zombies coming out to meet me. Especially zombies on fire. I kept firing away and yelling to get the zombies to spread the fire inside, and it looked like... Whoa, yikes, that was scary. It looked like it was happening. Gotta be careful of those windows that I just burned down. I was trying to get the burn zombies to join the group and light the group on fire. They didn't seem to want to cooperate. Until finally, one of them that was on fire died and lit up, and it lit the rest of them up. And unfortunately, that also had the unfortunate benefit of freeing the zombies, so I had to take care of them with my shotgun before they could get to me. Look at that fire flare up with zombiness. I think it's time to make an escape. This is not what I bargained for. Let's get out of here. As I headed back to West Point, I could only hope that the fire would spread and take that entire cursed prison with it. But that wasn't my problem anymore. My problems lie in the east. Most immediately, Muldraugh, to be exact. Why do the zombies always try to steal my car? Don't they know that that's the last place they should go? That is the first place that I'm going to clear out. You know the routine by now. I fought till I was exhausted and then used the drive across town to recover. Oops. I was clearing Muldraugh end by end. Eventually, I would have to meet in the middle. But this strategy was working well for now. While I had been away, my traps had bore fruit. Well, I mean, rabbits. I would eat good tonight. I repaired the broken ones and harvested my bounty. And this got me my final skill up towards master trapping. So, of course, the next thing I did was read my master trapping book. I sat in the rain and enjoyed a nice, lovely evening of reading. I was now a master trapper. The only skill I was not proficient in was fishing, and I thought maybe it was time to fix that. I had a brilliant idea to build a fishing hut along the beach of the river near West Point, so I started clearing out the trees in the area I wanted to build. I decided this pre-built dock would be a good starting point. So I started building the floor. After I had a nice sized basin, I started building the walls. This project was taking a lot of wood, so to kill two birds with one stone, so to speak, I started clearing the trees back along the path that I would take back to town. This would make it easier to travel back and forth and give me the wood that I needed. This was exhausting work, and being exhausted around zombies is dangerous business. So I decided not to fight this one. I decided discretion was the better part of valor this day. If my car would start. Oh, thank you. Whew. I was making great progress. I had the beginnings of a great-looking fishing hut when I decided it would be safer if I built out onto the pier instead of in front of the pier. So all this work was going to waste. I was going to start over, more or less. I wanted my fishing hut to have a second level for some water barrels, just in case I wanted to stay here overnight. I also needed a roof to sleep under, so I started building. What's happening here? I went into town and got myself a bed and installed it. Now I just needed to cover it, so I wouldn't get rained on while I was sleeping. I was building an entire house from scratch, over the water. Very interesting. Master carpentry sure was coming in handy. This was a project to be proud of. I worked all throughout the day and into the night, and I was able to sleep in relative safety in my new bed. And just like that, the roof was finished. I had used up my axe, so I had to go back into town to disassemble furniture for more wood. But the zombies got in the way again. After the bedroom was more or less done, I put in some traps to make it much more difficult, if not impossible, for zombies to get to me. The project was almost done. It was time to put my fishing traps in. Next up, I installed the cabinet and sink that I had brought over from a nearby house and plumbed it. To the water barrel I had built on the roof. That being done, I decided to try my hand at spearfishing. I didn't catch much, but I did get myself a nice fishing skill up. And a big trout. Spearfishing didn't seem to work that well, so I tried to bust out my fishing rod, and that worked much better. I ended up catching all the fish in the surrounding area and barely made a dent in my fishing skill. I hoped with time the fish would replenish and I could do some more fishing later. I had totaled my car driving home in the middle of the night from fishing, so the next project was to replace it. Look what I had done to my poor baby car. Oh man, it was ruined. I salvaged what I could off of it and went looking for a replacement. After driving around for a while and salvaging parts, I eventually settled on this sporty-looking car that I thought would serve me well. This car would last me well into the next several hundred days and would serve me well all the way into Louisville. If I could get it lined up to tow it, that is. Alright, this is not working. Let's move the cars out into the street and we'll tow them from there. That's much easier. Now let's get this thing back to base. At some point I needed to fix up my mover van as well. It was looking pretty shoddy. Next up, I took my new sporty-looking car into Muldraugh and continued my efforts to clear it out. I thought I was about ready to set up my new Muldraugh base. I would not be moving permanently or semi-permanently to Muldraugh like I had the other towns. I would keep my permanent base in West Point and established, I guess you could call it an outpost in Muldraugh for, you know, weekend trips. You know, doesn't it sound super relaxing for a weekend trip of slaughtering undead in a nearby town? This factory on the north end of town would make a fantastic base. It had a nice upper level that I could knock the stairway out of with a sledgehammer to make safe, and an excellent roof. But for now, it was time to keep clearing. Whoop. They almost got me there. Wow, the auto body shop sure is jumping. Whoa, almost got me again. Getting careless. Gotta focus. Watch out behind you. Shooting zombies through windows is a fantastic way to pick them off from safety. As long as you don't run out of ammo. Or, you know, get snuck up on from behind. This was supposed to be my first foray actually into Muldraugh, but would I even get off the road? There was so many zombies to fight just on the road. It didn't help that I kept luring them to the road with my shouting and gunplay. They almost cornered me, but I made a techmobile escape. On and on the fighting went. I was getting sleepy, but still I pressed on. The dead don't sleep after all. But maybe I should. They were getting pretty close to getting me. Guns are both a blessing and a curse, boys and girls. They can kill zombies pretty easily and from relative safety, but the more you use them, the more zombies they summon. So it's kind of a catch-22, and it kind of summons endless waves of zombies. So, you know, be careful out there. Especially when your character's starting to get tired. Don't get stuck. Don't get stuck. Don't get stuck. Okay, there we go. Ooh. And watch out for the trees. You know, you're not Georgia the Jungle. Watch out for the trees. Okay, but seriously, is this fight almost over yet? I'm getting ridiculously tired now. But the dead don't care. Expecting sympathy from a zombie is a great way to get disappointed. Ah, some coffee. Some more coffee, please. I'm still tired. That's better. Alright, now we're ready to go. You'll pay for this, zombies. I am back. Yeah, I'm thinking I'm back. But apparently, so are the zombies. A lovely skill up with my spear. Love to see it. I fought until it was dark out, and I figured that was a good time to call it a day. We would come back another day and finish the job, but for now, it was time to head home and get some rest. I had earned it. I took a day or two to recover and do some maintenance around the base and get all my needs met with my trapping and farming, etc. And then it was back to killing. This time, it was back in West Point. I wanted to fully clear West Point. If that was even possible. And for a while there, it seemed I had. Until eventually, I found the undead. Or maybe the undead found me. Either way, the fight was on. There was only going to be one winner in this Mortal Kombat. And it's gonna be me. Or, is it? There's a lot of them. Finish him. Where are they all coming from? It was shotgun time once again. They always like to loiter around my car. Looks like these firefighters were responding to this house fire when the apocalypse hit. The battery was actually still charged enough that I could turn on the siren, so I thought to use it as a lure to bring the zombies to me. Bring them to me and I will deal with them myself. There weren't as many in this part of the neighborhood as I was expecting. I decided to try to drive the fire truck around a bit, and I crashed it and ruined it and cut myself badly. I was hoping to drive it around to lure the zombies, but, you know, things happen, I guess. This was going to severely impact my ability to fight as well. Arm wounds are always difficult when you're trying to fight zombies. With the car totaled and my arm injured, I decided it was time to call it a day. And I almost ruined my car as well. Not having a good day here, guys. To take a break from fighting and let my arm heal, I decided to go back to my fishing spot and see if I could level up my fishing some more, and maybe catch some food in the process. The fish had not replenished themselves as I had hoped. So I headed upstream. I was a little bit worried about running into groups of zombies since I hadn't been in this area before, but it seemed my antics in other areas had drawn the zombies away. I didn't encounter any zombies. And I didn't ruin my car. I found some areas that had fish in them, and I went to work. Spear fishing proved not so effective once again. Rod fishing works much better. That's what she said. I fished until I'd fished up all the fish there was to fish. And then I moved to another area to find some more fish and fished up all the fish there. I did this for a couple of days until my arm was healed. And then I was once again ready for combat. Another zombie lunge. I thought I had learned my lesson in March Ridge. You would think the zombies would learn their lesson. But I guess both me and them were just as stubborn. So the fight went on. And of course, fog rolled in, as it always does when I want to go fight. I had not picked a great spot. They were coming at me from all sides, but I was able to handle it. I was starting to feel like West Point might finally be reclaimed for the living. There did not appear to be any zombies anywhere. I picked off a few stragglers. So eventually I found what I was looking for. A group of them. But it was a small group, and I dispatched them easily. Another small group proved to be of no challenge. I had become quite proficient in killing zombies. You might even call me a master zombie slayer. And that did it. Finally, the fight I was looking for came at the hands of gunfire summoning the horde. But even that was easily dispatched. They were streaming in. When they stream in like this, they are easy pickings. They were coming from all sides, which makes it a little more difficult, but still, I handled it. Let there be carnage. This one's getting close. Ooh, there we go. Got him. Was West Point finally free of the undead? Had I done it? Had I liberated another town? What wasn't liberated was my driving skills. I searched high and low, and I could not seem to find any more zombies. I decided to claim that I had cleared West Point. West Point was now my territory. I had made West Point an exclusionary zone, something even the military couldn't do. Oh, hi. Bye. After I staked my claim to West Point, it was back to less violent endeavors. I cleared out all the machinery from my basement. Well, I mean, it's the first floor, I guess, but I was living above it, so I was calling it a basement, to build my garage. With my claim staked in West Point, I decided it was time to establish my Muldraugh base. I cleared the immediate area around my chosen factory, or warehouse, I guess it is. And started getting things set up the way that I wanted them. I put in escape ropes and put in a bed for safe sleeping. Next, I would have to knock down the staircase with my sledgehammer. And put in a water dispenser for emergency water. Next step was destroying the staircase so that I was 100% safe while I was in my new base. I set up my generator for power. And then I put in, I guess we'll call it a kitchenette. I didn't need a full kitchen since I would only be making weekend trips here. Or day trips, I guess you could say. It doesn't necessarily have to be on the weekend. But I did need clean water. I just didn't need as much of it as I needed at my main base. I figured just one rain collector barrel would be enough for this base, since I wouldn't be spending that much time here. And the final step, I fortified the lower level by replacing some of the walls that the zombies had broken. And with this final touch, the base was complete. I wasn't going to put too much effort into it since this was just a temporary outpost, but I was happy with what I had done. Just in time, too. I was exhausted. It was time for bed. Base established, I decided to go decoration hunting for my main base. The local bar was my first stop. After clearing out the owners, I took a few decorations, and I took the jukebox. This would look nice in my new base. I took all the paintings and the potted plants. And I decided to do some fighting in Muldraugh to clear it out before I headed home. It took a little bit of time, but eventually I found the fight I was looking for, and it was on. It is on like a prawn who yawns at dawn. I was using weak weapons, both to break them to save good weapons, and because this was fantastic for skilling up. It was dangerous, though. The herd is not thinning. The herd is not thinning. Okay, there we go. Whew. The herd is thickening again. It was thinning, but now it's thickening again. Not good. We've cleared out the swarm. Excellent. There's always one last creepy crawly. As I made my way back to my vehicle, I had noticed that the undead had made their way to the vehicle as well. We fought in the woods as well. Dangerous, to be sure. Where were they all coming from? There can't be that many people camping when the apocalypse hit, could there? As the battle wore on, my weapons felt heavier and heavier, and my blows lost their potency. But on and on we fought. After resting up, my next objective was all the points of interest that I had found on my map throughout my journeys. There were a bunch of them here in Muldraugh, and I wanted to check them off. My first stop was a house marked floorboards on my map. I found the local and dispatched them, and then took a look around, and I could not figure out what to do. I was unable to find the secret. I scoured the house, but was unsuccessful in my search. So I continued on my journey. And disaster almost struck. Had I not learned my lesson, holy cow, my armor took that one for the team. That was close. I kind of ran around in a blind panic for a while, so freaked out at what had just happened. I couldn't believe my luck that I was still alive. But then I went back to searching. And found nothing of interest. I was actually so freaked out by that close call that I decided it was time to head back home to check on my crops and make sure everything was going well at my house. Just in time, too. My crops were ready for harvest. Nothing quite like a fresh tomato right out of the ground. Mmm, delicious. My next stop was to check on my fishing hut. I checked my traps and checked to see if I could do any more fishing. The fish still hadn't recovered, but I was able to find a spot nearby. So I spent the day relaxing, doing some fishing, recovering my sanity after the close call. My nerves were finally starting to calm down. You know, in the old world, I never believed them when they said how relaxing fishing was. But after nearly being eaten by a zombie, it was the most relaxing thing in the world. With my sanity recovered, I set my sights once again on the east, Valley Station, and then on to Louisville. I heard there was a racetrack along the way. I wanted to check it out, so I started clearing the road on the way. The fight was long and grueling, but I made it to the racetrack. And found it overwhelmed with zombies and overgrown with plant life. At least I got to do some fast driving while I was here. I spent the day clearing it of the infestation. Not necessarily because I thought I would be back, but because it was the right thing to do. And plus, killing zombies was my new favorite activity. Especially when there was a fence between me and them and I could pick them off from safety. 2 years ago, if you had told me that my new favorite activity was going to be slaughtering zombies, I never would have believed you. First of all, who would have thought that there would be zombies? And second of all, who would have thought that it would be so much fun to kill them? I learned my lesson this time. I stayed away from the lunges. If you could time it right, when they came over the wall was a great time to kill them, as long as you didn't get lunged at. They were vulnerable while they were on the ground, so that was the time to strike. I suppose these must be the redneck zombies who were all at the racetrack at the time of the apocalypse. Where were they all coming from? Seriously, was it race day when the apocalypse hit? What were all these zombies doing here? I didn't see any cars that they were racing. Maybe the race car drivers drove away. Day turned to night, and the rain rolled in. And the zombies kept rolling in. The storm started turning bad, so I figured it was time to head home. The storm lasted for days, but I couldn't wait that long. I needed to keep fighting. I had my sights set on Valley Station proper, so I started making my way there. I had a great idea for a base where I could set myself out for forays into Louisville. If only I could get to it. And the zombies were determined that I not get to it. Block by block, I fought my way up the highway into Valley Station. The undead did not want to give an inch, but give an inch and I take a mile. I bless the rains down in Louisville with zombie blood. I fought till I was exerted and then leapfrogged forward until I was ready to go again. Until finally I reached my destination, the gas station and convenience store combo on the outskirts of Louisville in Valley Station. I wanted to set this up as my next base. But first, I had to reclaim it from the horde, and they would not give it up easily. It's raining zombies. Hallelujah, it's raining zombies. To counteract the zombie rain, I made it rain shotgun bullets. And when I ran out of shotgun bullets, I resorted to melee. Holy cow, look at how many zombies. This was going to be tough. Could I defeat this many zombies? I was already exerted. What was I going to do? My guns kept jamming. I was not running low on zombies. On and on I fought. I was running low on weapons. I kept breaking them on zombie faces. I tried ducking through the trees to lose them, and while I lost a large number of them, there was still more. There is always more. And they found me. I tried to put enough separation between us to use my rifle, but was only partially successful. And of course, this just attracted more. I was exhausted, wet, and tired, and running low on weapons and ammo. This was a dire situation. I was now completely out of ammo except for my rifle, which was not good at short range. Oh, that was a close one. The zombies had actually scratched me as I ran past. I was now wounded, tired, exerted, out of ammo, and almost out of weapons, so I figured it was time to make my retreat. I would be back, but for now, I needed to lick my wounds and make sure I did not succumb to the zombie virus. I made a beeline for my car and quickly juked the zombies and fought them off. Oh man, that was close. He got me again with a laceration. I was in big trouble now. This time, I was able to hop in the car and drive away. But would this be my death? It's entirely possible. I had gotten lucky this time. Neither of my wounds was infected. And after I recovered and rearmed myself, it was back into the fights. The fight for Valley Station had continued. I was a little bit surprised at how many zombies were still in the road, and it was about this time that I had discovered the magical power of the shovel. This was my new favorite weapon, and I made use of it. Little by little, I was thinning the swarm and making my way back to where I had nearly perished not that long ago. There were so many zombies along the road, it almost felt like I hadn't killed any last time I was here. I was kind of confused how there could still be so many. But then I remembered that I was leapfrogging the groups a little bit when I was getting tired, so that could account for the extra amount of zombies, I suppose. I was getting close. There was one of the huge piles of zombies I had left behind from last trip. And there they were. Oh, back up, back up. We don't want to get out in the middle of that. Let's regroup a little bit. And now we can start the fight. This might have been the group that scratched me. It was time for revenge. You guys thought I was tough when I was tired and injured. Ha! What do you think now? How do you like me now, zombies? Each shovel. They were no match for the power of the shovel. Maybe if I had a shovel last time, they wouldn't have scratched me. Zombies are so gross. Look at them flopping around. So gross. Ick. Get out of here. You're not welcome in this world. Day turned into evening, and still the fight carried on. The zombies were relentless, but I was not going to give up either. I hammered them in the face with the shovel, and they fell before me, but more were always there to take their place. They came out of the woodwork. They came from the nearby neighborhood. They came from everywhere. We'll just leave it at that. Eventually, I fought my way to a police barricade and thought to use it as a lure. For days and days, we fought, the undead and I, in the battle for Valley Station. Every day, I would fight until I was exhausted and then head home to rest. And then, when I would return, the roads would be clogged with zombies once again. Where were they all coming from? I didn't know, but I was determined to get rid of them. A katana, that's a nice find. We'll take that for sure. The evidence of my previous struggles was everywhere. Look at the carnage. Eventually, I fought my way to my would-be zombie lure. It seemed the zombies had turned it off for me and congregated in the nearby area. I was kind of expecting there to be more zombies than this in the area, but I mean, I suppose it was enough. I quickly dispatched them with my shotgun. They were no match for the sheer firepower I brought to bear. On and on I fought until I made it to my destination, my new would-be Valley Station base. First, I checked the nearby liquor store for any supplies there might be, but it was mostly just alcohol, and that's dangerous in the zombie apocalypse. And then I very carefully made my entrance into my new would-be base and made sure that it was clear. For once, it actually was clear. There was plenty of supplies to be had, and I would make this upstairs bedroom my home away from home for forays into Louisville, as soon as I got that corpse out of it. But before I could settle in, I had to clear out the surrounding area. So I set to work doing just that. The zombies were running around like chickens with their heads cut off. So I helped them by cutting their heads off. Or, you know, bashing them in. Either or. 6 of one, half a dozen of the other. Watch your back. Another close call. This was, more zombies than I had bargained for, and I was getting tired. This might not be the best idea. But in for a penny, in for a pound. So pound them I did. Until I was getting too tired. So I tried to make an escape, but they had swarmed my vehicle once again. This was going to be bad. Some coffee would help, but I had more problems than just coffee could solve. Could my shotgun solve the problem? Well, yes and no. It could solve the problem, but it could also create the problem, if you know what I mean. And that's exactly what happened. I kept trying to double back to get to my car, but every time there were zombies surrounding it. This would take some clever footwork to get back to the car. In the meantime, I kept thinning out the swarm as best I could, which was pretty darn good if I don't say so myself. I led them all the way over to the road. If I could keep them all grouped up, I could deal with them. But they didn't want to stay grouped up. How much more ammo did I have? Did I have enough? That's always the question when you're dealing with this many zombies. Is there enough ammo? I was now officially losing ground to the zombies. I was heading back away from my base the way I came. Could I turn this fight around? Or could I make my escape? I was popping beta blockers and coffee like it was going out of style, but nothing could stop my exertion from kicking in. Now that I had exerted myself, I couldn't find the space between me and the zombies to recover. And now I was all the way back to the main highway. I had lost a lot of ground. And it didn't seem like I had made a dent in the horde. How was I going to get back to my car? Was that even an option at this point? Would I be better off just running for my base in West Point? But then how would I get back here? Would I have to take my van? I wasn't sure. so I kept fighting and did the best I could. My ammo stock's exhausted, it was back to melee, and my shovel did not let me down. Even though I was exerted and the shovel felt heavier and heavier with each swing, I still was able to take them down. I had done it. At least for now. This gave me a little breathing room to bring my guns back into play. And play with my guns I did. We were still moving backwards, but I was still alive. Staying alive, staying alive. And that's all that mattered. Just one more step. One more swing. Swing by swing. Finally, I had the breathing room to take a break, and that let me recover some of my exertion. But the zombies just kept trickling in. They were coming just enough to keep me from recovering. How rude. Unfortunately, I found yet another swarm, and man, was it getting hard to fight. I wasn't sure how much longer I could keep this up. I decided to make a very slow break for it. Instead of fighting, I was going to try to make my escape back to the car. Fortunately, I could walk faster than the zombies could shamble after me, so I thought maybe there was a chance, depending on how many zombies are back the way I came. But it was worth a try, because I could not keep this up much longer. I was just too exerted. I was exhausted. My walking strategy seemed to be paying off. While I wasn't recovering any of my endurance, I was surviving, and I was making my way back to my car. Now, I was almost there. Would there be enough space between the zombies for me to get into my car? That was the question. And to my surprise, my car was free of zombies. Relatively. I thought I was going to have time to get into the car, but the zombies caught up to me before I could make that happen. I may have made a mistake by doing a little bit of looting first. It seems I had lost my pursuit. But why didn't I get into my car and drive away? Why, oh why? What was I thinking? What was I thinking? This was a very silly mistake that I made here, and hopefully it would not bite me in the butt, literally. Zombies came flopping out of buildings, and I should have known better because I had been hit by lungers before. Finally, I got in my car. But instead of driving away, for some reason I just repositioned myself and went back to fighting. Maybe I was feeling confident because there were only a few zombies. Perhaps I was just too overtaken with bloodlust. You would think that I was the zombie at this point. But eventually, I made my escape. Day 500. I could not believe it. I had survived for 1 year, 4 months, and 15 days, all alone in the apocalypse. It had been a long, strange trip from our humble beginnings, waking up in a Riverside trailer, to clearing out Riverside, clearing out Rosewood, the prison, and the military base, then clearing March Ridge, and even West Point itself. Now we had a foothold in Muldraugh and Valley Station, and we were moving towards Louisville. I had killed 14,891 zombies. And my skills were nearly maxed out. But what more would it take to clear Louisville and make it to safety? Was there even safety to make it to? Was Louisville overrun? Was anything beyond Louisville safe? We would find out if we could stay alive.